Good morning, folks. I'll just give you a 5-minute call to freshen up your drinks, grab any other little snacks for yourself, then we'll get going with the program. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Whitehorse Arctic Security Conference. on behalf of Konrad Adenauer Foundation, a German political foundation, maybe a small think tank worldwide, since 2019 based in Canada, I greet and welcome you here in Whitehorse, or as well our digital participants online. Special greetings this morning to Honorable Minister Ranj Pillai. He is in the back. He will talk in a few minutes to us. Also a very warm welcome to the Member of Parliament, Scott Anderson. He is today with us. I have to greet and welcome too the Consul General Sean Crowley from the United States, sitting here in the first row, the South Korean Consul General Yongo Ki-yoon, located in Vancouver. Thank you for coming. The Mayor of Yellowknife, Mr. Ben Hendrickson, the President and Vice Chancellor of Yukon University, Dr. Leslie Brown, Colonel Melissa Snook from the Canadian Armed Forces, and Major Stanley Bennett and other Canadian Armed Forces and Department of National Defense members. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I have the honor to greet and welcome Colonel Nicholas Bulitz from the German Army. Thank you for coming and joining us. And a special greeting is going to my colleague in Stockholm, Christine Leuchtenmüller. She's online participating in this conference. She is head of Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Office Nordic States, but I will come back to that. And my very warm welcome and most special greetings maybe, because it's not usual to have so many First Nation chiefs with us. I want to mention you and welcome you, especially the Grand Chief Matthew Yer Alatani, Council of Yukon First Nations, Chief Ruth Massey, Tan Kwanchan Council, Chief Pauline Frost, Wantat Gwich'in First Nation, Chief Stephen Charlie, Leat First Nation, Chief Dylan Loplin, Ross River Dana Council. Thank you to all these 5 Grand Chiefs for coming. It's not usual, as far as I heard, that so many representatives of First Nations come. And therefore, let me point out, first, we pay the utmost respect to the First Nations, who are the traditional leaders and guardians of this land. We pay utmost respect to the indigenous people in this Arctic Yukon region, who call the Yukon their home. We honor the courageous leaders and keepers of the past, the present, and the future. Thank you for coming. It is indeed, maybe for all of you, but also for me as a new representative from Konrad Adenauer Foundation, settled down in Ottawa in January, maybe not the best time in January to go to Ottawa. It's a special place for us, for a conference. But to be honest, the challenges we face today and in the near future, they are just as unusual and of great importance in terms of geopolitical challenges, in terms of defense and security, in concern to climate change, defending freedom and democracies, which on defense against authoritarian states and dictatorships. As Europeans, but also as Canadians, I think we look every day at Ukraine's fight for freedom against Russia's attack, which violates international law and has now been going on for over 3 years, with thousands of victims in this warfare. Today, the United Nations Security Council will deal with the serious incidents, and the North Atlantic Council will also discuss an appropriate response to requests from Poland and Estonia under Article 4 of the NATO Treaty. Security experts are concerned about possible further developments and observe the now almost daily violations of NATO's airspace in Eastern Europe. The war against Ukraine has changed many things, including military strategies. The demands for a protective wall of drones against possible attacks from Russia are unmistakable. Canada's Prime Minister Carney announced in June Canada will achieve NATO's so-called 5% target by 2035, contrary to previous plans, and the previous 2% target of NATO will even be reached by April next year. What's next to do then to protect Canada and its Arctic? Perhaps this is why it is appropriate to meet not only in the capital, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, but perhaps at the very place that security experts say could be the next point of conflict between the great powers. Exactly the place that was previously considered unsurmountable due to temperatures and environment. But does this thesis still apply at all in the age of long-range combat drones and still running cyber war? Perhaps it is even a question of authenticity to meet exactly where the people are directly affected by climate change and everything that is meant as a new Arctic strategy by Canada, NATO, and Europe. So anyone who talks about dual-use infrastructure in strategy papers should already have a feeling for what this means in concrete terms. Anyone who talks about readiness with regards to Canada's Arctic, after all, 40% of the entire Arctic, Canada, or NATO's entire northern flank, should at least be able to guess the dimensions and challenges up close. The melting of Arctic, while climate tragedy, has opened new shipping routes and access to vast mineral resources. Is that the reason for new threats and a change and for so many Arctic conferences? Canada's Chief of Defense has warned that Canada has about 5 years to prepare for new long-range threats from Russia and China, and nowhere is this more evident than in Canada's north. Anyone who calls things Arctic in security policy today should know what he or she is talking about and how the people who live here will think, will feel, and possibly get involved when it comes to protection of the Arctic habitat and the protection of North America and the new Nordic Alliance. From Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Denmark, Iceland to the Nordic states of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the Baltic Sea. That's the northern flank of NATO. That is the topic for Konrad Adenauer Foundation this year, KAS for Security. And we promote multilateral cooperation, exchange between Canada, Germany, and Europe. We share the same values at an international level. We look for energy security in every level in the areas. And as an organization, we stand for fostering our partnership, standing for human rights, democracy, the rule of law, conflict resolution. We are strongly committed to maintaining and developing a rules-based international order. Peace is not for granted. Freedom is not for granted. Arctic security is not for granted. Arctic security in the north is not for granted. And therefore, let us ensure that the voices of those who call the Arctic home are not just heard, but heeded in all decision-making processes. Last but not least, I wish to underline the unwavering support of our partners in this crucial day. A big thank you to Mr. Andrew Smith from the Arctic Security Institute here. He organized with us and helped us to organize this conference. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And also a big thank you to Ms. Vina Nadjibula from the Asia Pacific Foundation. Thank you for joining us. You will have some words to us. And General Coates and his colleagues from the MacDonald-Laurier Institute. Alex Dalziel and others are here from the MacDonald-Laurier, or better called MLI for us. Thank you all for joining our first Arctic Security Conference in Whitehorse. I wish everyone a very exciting day filled with fruitful conversations, and I will now handing over to the Honourable Minister, Ranj Pillai. I hope it was correct. Thank you for coming. We had a short talk before starting today, and thank you for giving us the chance to meet you and to hear some words from government. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a good day. Thank you.
So hello and welcome to this joint Arctic Security Conference. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territories of the Tonquetchin Council and the Kwalin First Nation. There's so many esteemed leaders in the room from so many different sectors here in the Yukon, as well as from across the country and abroad internationally. So welcome, and thank you for making the time to be here today. It's especially exciting to see Canada's most influential think tanks here in the Yukon to bring folks together and to learn about these important topics. I want to thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Canada, thank you, the Asia Pacific Foundation, MacDonald Laurier Institute for bringing their expertise and inviting the Yukon's own Canadian Institute for Arctic Security to be part of this discussion today. And I think to set the stage, many of us in this room, Yukon leaders that are here, understand and have understood for a long time that we shouldn't take Arctic security for granted. So understanding the North means understanding it from the perspective of its people, its culture, and its landscape. So for many of you that have traveled here today, you think that, coming to Whitehorse, and I always joke with many of the folks that are in this conversation across the country now, you have to go farther than North York. The North York is not the North. You have to come to the North. But for us in Whitehorse, this is kind of the North, but there's so much beyond where we are today. So from Pillai Crossing, home of the Selkirk First Nation, to Mayo, the traditional territory of the First Nation National, to Dawson, home of Gautreau and Introductory. But as well, you're lucky today as well to have Chief Frost from our only flying community in Old Crow, located on the lands of the Tonquetchin First Nation, and beyond there, the Nunavut on Herschel Island. So bringing all of you here into the landscape to see it for yourselves. We're locating ourselves in a long tradition of knowing what is needed for us, from us. The Yukon's unique. There's a reason people visit once and never leave. This is the land of the midnight sun, the aurora borealis, where the mountains kneel to rushing rivers. Not only is it spectacular with vistas, it also has a great deal of resources in the terms of mining and forestry and tourism and culture. We boast many professional artists and painters and carvers, glass blowers, beaters, quilters, to musicians, to filmmakers. We have a rich history, the gold rush and the Alaska Highway, and have learned many lessons. Here, 11 of 14 First Nation governments are self-governing. That's more than anywhere else in the country. So I hope you will engage fully with our landscapes and cultures while you're here. When we talk about Arctic security, we have to acknowledge that the views on security are vast and as varied as the landscapes. So what may work for Whitehorse may be different for Pond Inlet or Fort Good Hope. Canada's North continues to be highly relevant in the world's current geopolitical context, with climate change opening up the Arctic, and we are central to both threats and opportunities. Here in the Yukon, we've established the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security, with a vision that the people, communities, and governments in the North have a strong, region-focused understanding of the security threats and the immense opportunities that are present here as a result of new interest in the North and the Arctic. So the Institute works on a pan-Northern security issues, offering informed analysis, and gives a platform to knowledge holders from the diverse experts and voices in the North. So by building a strong presence in the North, being in communities and on the land, the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security can analyze, address, and advocate for the challenges facing Canada's sovereignty. It's a unique opportunity for Northerners to be more involved in the conversations of Arctic security, because we know the North and the Arctic best. Today, having national and international guests and visitors is an excellent opportunity to pass on the realities of the North and ensure that the conversations that are happening in the South are informed by fact and people, not assumptions. Arctic security is multifaceted, and we know that defense spending is coming, and we need to be well positioned to ensure the North sees the benefits not only in our security, but in our economy. So the government of Yukon could not be clearer in our wants, needs, and desires for Arctic security. And what I'll share with you is we've really, over the last couple of years, had a three-pronged approach to this. The first was looking at, we stood up a group of subject matter experts, both academics and retired Canadian Armed Forces leadership, which was an advisory council. And that was the first piece of work. And that led to the development now of our institute. So it was the thinkers, the policymakers, making sure that First Nation leadership, academics were in the room to define and to share information. The second was to build a fluency for the private sector. And the concept was, as opportunities arise, how do we ensure that we're prepared and Yukoners and Northerners across the North, all three territories really, have that opportunity to be able to plug in and maximize the potential. And the third pillar of that was our relationship with the Canadian Armed Forces. Happy to say to you, and I'll just, as I go through sort of my last of my comments, this work, and I just shared with some folks earlier, this work can be done very quickly and effectively. Watching the Assembly of First Nations, with a lot of the leadership, First Nation leadership that's here in the room, come out and lead a discussion to put their position in place from a standpoint of what they want to see from a First Nations leadership perspective. Having that work done and having those leaders pull together subject matter experts was done very quickly. So in the last 24 months, so for Canadians that are in the room, in 24 months, we're in a position where our private sector is talking the same conversation as our leadership's talking, and making sure that we're consistently engaged with policymakers in Ottawa and the Canadian Armed Forces. But all this is, of course, incredibly important work. So we want to normalize things like seeing uniforms. I'll give you an example. We've lost part of our culture that recognizes military services as part of normal society. So I think in many northern communities, a military uniform would lead to questions about what's going on, rather than recognizing them as part of the fabric of our nation. So I want, in my role, I want to have people see the military not only as something that comes in times of great need, but as a way of life, and for many Northerns as a rewarding career, and someone you'd see at a coffee shop. We want to see investment in infrastructure. You will hear this over and over again from First Nations leaders. The basis of the sovereignty is healthy, strong communities, healthy communities that have the things we need, like healthcare, education, and housing, all the pieces of infrastructure that any Canadian would want to see. The completion of Confederation. For many Northerners, we feel that Confederation's not been completed. There's been huge investments from one coast to the other, but not with a view to the north. We want to see the development of our local businesses, and especially our First Nation development corporations, so they can lead in the supply chain for defense and security procurement. We also want to develop the private sector that serves Arctic security through research, development, and training. These things will only be realized when the North is at the table. And what we want to know is that Canadians are looking through the lived experiences here and through the experiences of what have been done properly and places that we can learn where mistakes were made in previous development. So by being here, you're part of building that understanding between allies for the North. So I want to thank you for being here, for being part of building that understanding between all Canadians and internationally, for being willing to engage with us, and for sharing your knowledge with us. It will help create a strong Canadian Arctic and North, one where we can respond to threats and take advantage of opportunities. I want to say thank you for having me here today. When I look across the room, I had an opportunity in public life to work very closely with lots of leaders that are here. I sat at the cabinet table with Chief Frost. We talked about this a lot. These conversations were not happening 3 or 4 years ago. So I'll be a little long-winded because it's the last time that I will share thoughts after 15 years of public life today and in this moment. So I want to thank you because I couldn't be happier seeing all of you in the room, because we've been having this call out for a long, long time. So to see everybody make time to be here from across the country kind of feels like a lot of work that we've been focused on is coming to fruition. So have a fantastic day. And again, thank you for making the time to come to Whitehorse in the Yukon.
Thank you very much, Premier Pillai, for those words and for your 15 years of service and leadership. And you're absolutely right that it is your vision that's come to fruition with all of us being here. My name is Vina Nadjibula. I'm the Vice President of Research and Strategy at the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. It is such a pleasure to be joining all of you here in person in Whitehorse in the Yukon. Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, of course, is a nonpartisan, independent organization dedicated to Canada's relationships with Asia. We're absolutely thrilled to be partnering on this event with our partners from Konrad Adenauer Foundation, as well as Macdonald-Laurier Institute, and of course, Yukon's own Canada's Arctic Security Institute. When this idea first came together, we were thrilled because we believe that these kinds of conversations are important. So often we have conversations that are in silos about the Euro-Atlantic or the Indo-Pacific or the Canadian Arctic, conversations that are about economic issues and security that are separate, happening in their own silos. And we believe that today's geopolitical reality, today's security reality, demand that we bring these different strands together, that we have a holistic picture that appreciates how developments in the Indo-Pacific, how the rise of China, for instance, how that impacts Arctic security, how that impacts Canada's policymaking, how that impacts our work, not just with our NATO allies to the east, but also with our Indo-Pacific partners like South Korea, like Japan, who are also interested in the security of both the North Pacific as a gateway to Arctic, but also obviously in the many opportunities that exist in the Arctic. So suffice to say, when the idea came about, we were really interested in joining in, because we believe, again, that these conversations matter, not only to inform Canada's evolving approach to the Indo-Pacific, but also our Arctic foreign policy, also our defense policy update, again, with a desire to integrate and to be able to bring stakeholders from the government, from the diplomatic corps, from, of course, our Indigenous leadership. And I'm absolutely thrilled that we have such a huge participation of First Nation leaders, chiefs here, and I'm very much looking forward to our first panel, which will be devoted to those perspectives. but also then to be able to have conversations, again, on Euro-Atlantic, as well as Indo-Pacific, and energy security. I think an issue that will be of great interest to many here, particularly in the private sector. Just watching the kind of the 5 first projects that were announced through the Major Project Initiative, a lot of it has to do with LNG, a lot of that has to do with critical minerals, and of course those conversations are central to the development of Canada's North, as well as obviously to our overall economic prosperity and our foreign policy and engagement with the Indo-Pacific. So that's in terms of sort of why APFC is here. In terms of why we hope to have all of you here, first of all, we're interested in having, in learning, in having a shared evidence-based understanding of opportunities and risks. That's also true about, for instance, understanding China. There's a lot of mythology out there, a lot of sensational headlines. So right-sizing the China challenge, having an evidence-based understanding of that, I think will be central. Right-sizing the understanding of Russia-China cooperation, for instance, will be central. Learning from direct experiences of people who live here in Canada's North will be central. So learning is a huge part of that, coming up with fact-based understandings of the policies that we're all hoping to influence. Connection is a second objective, connecting various, again, leaders from the private sector, leaders from Indigenous communities, from government, and from think tanks together. Integrating, being able to integrate the various strands, as I mentioned, of policymaking into one, and then finally to be able to influence policymaking. I think we would all agree that we meet at a critical time. This is a moment where lots of changes are happening in Ottawa, they're happening in other capitals, in Washington. So again, as people who care about Canada's prosperity, Canada's continued peace and stability, this is the moment to show up. And I'm so excited that so many have shown up in person. It's wonderful to see people who've come from all over Canada and further afield to be part of this conversation in person. It's also great to see lots of people joining us online. For this particular event, we chose to have this as hybrid to allow maximum participation, but I hope that this is the first security conference here in Whitehorse, not the last, that this can become an annual event and that more and more people will make the trip in person and join us for these conversations in person. So again, I don't want to delay the program, but just wanted to offer my words of welcome on behalf of APFC Canada, and to again thank everyone who will be lending their expertise and time through our panels, through the conversations on the sidelines, and of course everyone who's joining online. I look forward to seeing you again this afternoon on a panel on the Indo-Pacific and meeting you all during the breaks. Thank you very much.
And good morning, folks. For those who don't know me, I'm Andrew Smith, Canadian Institute for Arctic Security. We will begin our Indigenous panel shortly. We're just checking in because there was 2 folks we haven't seen yet, Chief Loblaw and Chief Charlie. So I will invite the folks who will be on the panel to come up, and we'll see in a couple of minutes if we hear back from the other 2.
don't know. We'll wait for Andrew to find out.
Oh, man, this is heavy.
Okay, so good morning again. I hope our other guests can show up. Did you hear anything? Okay. But we'll get started without them, and I'm sure we'll do just fine. We've got a really great panel here. As the doctor was saying, you know, getting this group of people is a very special occasion, so you're very lucky to hear from everyone on this panel. What I want to do is kind of facilitate, and I'll step back quite quickly, but as a couple different thematic areas of questioning to help visitors understand what the landscape of Yukon First Nations is, what their views on security and the interaction with security are, and how they want to interact with the international community, both within the Indigenous, other Indigenous peoples, and into politics broadly across the world. So I will get to those points and those questions, but hopefully those takeaways help you understand, in particular in Yukon, what is the landscape. And this is going to be very Yukon specific because these are Yukon First Nations leaders that are here. And that landscape is different no matter where you go. Like even within the Yukon, we're probably going to hear different views. Different again in how Northwest Territories Indigenous people are governed, different again in Nunavut. So you're hearing one section of the Canadian Arctic and the views that exist here. I will start off with the question on governance, and what we'll do is I'll turn it to the panel and we can run through everyone. And just kind of going through this order, there's a history lesson that has to be delivered first. And I'd like to hear the panelists talk about how we got to final agreements in the Yukon. If the other chiefs show up, those two nations don't have final agreements, so hopefully we get to hear from them on the views of why they haven't gone that route. But Grand Chief Alatini, Chief Massey, and Chief Frost, I know you've got long experience with land claims and can talk through these things. Help the audience to understand, and then when we get to Ms. Joseph, who's representing Arctic Athabaskan Council, speak to, if you can, how Arctic Athabaskan Council was conceived and how it interacts with Arctic Council. And then Carrie Johnson is from Shasho Corporation in Haines Junction, so she can describe some of the economic development side of the agreement. So I'm going to step back in about 20 minutes, or when everyone's done their remarks, then I'll come in with another question. Grand Chief, please.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, much easier. Good morning, Danche, Ainji Medhia Uye. My name is Medhia Alatini. I am the elected Grand Chief of Council of Yukon First Nations. It is a central body that represents and works with the 14 Yukon First Nations. 10 of those are members of CYFN, and as Andrew was saying, not all of the nations, of the 14 nations, have final agreements. So we have 11 of the nations that have self-government agreements, self-government and land claims agreements, and those are tripartite agreements between Canada, Yukon, and the individual nations. We have three First Nations in the Yukon that do not have final agreements that still remain under the Indian Act. So it creates a bit of a navigation nightmare, if you will, if you're coming from outside of the Yukon, to get used to what the jurisdictions are in each of the territories. And I also have to mention that I'm a former chief of Yukon First Nation. Ruth is the former Grand Chief of CYFN. Pauline's chief and former minister of a multitude of portfolios. Roberta Joseph is also the chief of Trondeck First Nation. So there's a lot of experience, and as you'll notice, it is Yukon is a matriarchal society. We have a lot of strong female leaders, and that takes some getting used to when you're coming from a patriarchal organization. So don't take any offense getting told by women. It's how we run things here. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ruth just to do her opening comments.
Denzu Shokathan. I'm Ruth Massey. I'm the Chief of Ta'an Kitchen Council, and as Mathia had mentioned, I'm the former Grand Chief of the Yukon. Firstly, I would like to say good morning to our respected elders, our fellow leaders, our dignitaries, and conference delegates. I will give you a quick overview of our land claim process and what got us here today. In 1902, my hereditary chief, Chief Jim Boss, wrote a letter to the King of England to protect our land and our animals for his people. At the time, in 1902, our nation extended from Tagish, which is about 60 miles south of Whitehorse, to north of Lake Labarge, where we reside now, probably 30 miles above Lake Labarge. It was all called the Tagish Nation. And our hereditary chief was the chosen spokesperson for all the First Nation people in that area. Today we have traditional territories, as Mathia had mentioned. There are 14 First Nations in Yukon, and 11 of us have self-governing agreements within our traditional territories. We have vast lands of traditional territories. Altogether, between all the settled First Nations, there's 14,000 square kilometers of protected lands. And each First Nation has their designated traditional territory. Within that, we have our settlement lands, two different categories of land. Category A, which gives us control as self-governing First Nations of surface, subsurface lands. We have Category B, which is surface only. And we work with 17 different orders of government in the Yukon. We work with Canada because they're signatories to our agreement. We work with Yukon government because they're territorial government. For us, and this is my traditional territory, which I welcome you to, we work with the city of Whitehorse, and then we work with 14 other First Nations, 11 consistently on a daily basis through CYFN. And Mathia is our spokesperson when we collectively come together. In our self-government agreements, we have total control of our settlement lands, and we work within our traditional territories with the Yukon government. We have a devolution agreement between Canada and Yukon and the First Nations that we all signed on to, and that is jurisdiction over Crown lands and Yukon government. We co-manage and we co-govern Crown lands in the territory. Our land claim agreements are constitutionally protected, but our self-government agreements are not. But this does not affect any Aboriginal claims, rights, interests that we have within our traditional territories. And Chapter 24 of our land claim agreement supports the establishment of our self-government agreements, which gives us our own self-autonomy. Our self-government agreements create orders of government. So within our traditional territories, we are the first order of government within our traditional territories. And we have our self-government agreements give us legislative and jurisdiction paramount over territorial government on our settlement lands. And as I said, Yukon First Nations retain 41,500 square kilometers of land in the territory. We also share the responsibility of co-governance and co-management of territorial government on Crown lands within the traditional territories of each First Nation through our devolution agreement. Right from the start, our people maintained that we were always self-governing until the Indian agents came to our region in the 1950s. We were self-sustaining and self-sufficient people in our own communities. Then the residential schools were introduced. The rest is history. And for the ones visiting our country, yes, we had residential schools, and I would recommend that you hear and listen to the history of those residential schools. Our experience in implementation of self-government agreements have been very complex right from the beginning. Even today, we are still at the negotiation tables discussing fiscal harmonization versus financial transfer agreements agreed upon and stated in our agreements, which have not been implemented. After signing our treaty, Canada gave the first 4 First Nations 1 year to negotiate and implement their self-government agreements. And when you come from a traditional government going into a legislative process, that's a lot of work. We didn't have written laws, we didn't have legislation, and we didn't have any policies or regulations that we follow. Everything in our systems of traditional governments was verbal, and it was the law. Nobody ever broke our traditional laws. And if they did, they had to leave. After signing our treaty, Canada gave the First Nations 1 year to negotiate and implement their self-government agreements, which they managed to do. Then we had to ratify 1 year with our citizens. So we not only negotiated our land claims and self-government agreements, then we had to go back to our citizenship to see if they agreed. And some of our nations are very, very large. Mine is 484 citizens, and we had to have 50% plus 1 approval. And if you didn't get it, you were back at the negotiation table. And you had to really educate your citizens. A lot of us in our First Nation were involved, so we just followed what our elders wanted us to do. And this is the book that started it all. This is Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow, that Chief Elijah Smith and 12 chiefs went to Ottawa to get approved, and that started our land claim process in 1973. And the rest is history till today. But within our agreements, we can enact our own laws, we can do our own legislation and policy within our jurisdiction on settlement lands. and we have built our government structures. The first 4 that signed in 1995 are very well established. The rest of us have come, we signed ours in 2001. We started implementation of our self-government in 2002. So it's been roll up your sleeves ever since. So, and I'm wondering why I'm even here today. I should be retired. So, we also had the devolution process, of course, and that supported the transfer of Canada's responsibility to deliver programs and services to the Yukon government until First Nations could draw down their own programs and services. And the first 4, I think, have drawn down many of their programs and services. We have drawn down a few. We don't have the capacity to draw down more or the financial support that we're supposed to have. That's one thing in our agreements. We have never been provided adequate funding to support the work that we've been doing for the last 20-some years. So Canada's still not meeting their obligations. It's been a huge challenge to get Canada to provide adequate funding for us, and we are still at the negotiation table over fiscal transfers, fiscal policy, and program drawdown. They want us to draw these programs down, but they don't want to financially support their work. So, but we're getting there. What we expected from other governments was to create a good working relationship and work together to build a better quality of life for all Yukon residents. We consider our claims for every resident that lives in the Yukon, not just for First Nations. There's areas that are strictly for First Nations within our settlement lands, but we've done a very good job, I think, in creating our working relationships with Yukon government and with the other entities. We still have a lot of work to do on our financial transfers. Despite the many years of setbacks and struggles we have experienced trying to work with so-called partners, the other governments, Yukon and Canada, Yukon First Nations persevered with a lot of patience and determination to get it right. A slogan that the Government of Canada has picked up and has repeated. We knew it was our responsibility to carry forward the work that our predecessors and our ancestors had negotiated for us. When our agreements were signed, we were warned, now the real work begins. And that was so true. We were taught never to forget who we are and where we come from. And it seems that we have been the ones educating the rest of Canada and the world since the day implementation of our agreement started. We were given the responsibility to protect our homelands, the water and the air for 7 generations to come, and we intended to share it with all Yukon residents. Even though our experiences have not been what we expected, Yukon First Nations strive to participate in the economy of the territory. They changed their focus to building their own economies, which is very visible in our communities today. Some set up financial trusts with our compensation money. We provide education, training, and employment to our citizens who run our governments and our corporate entities. We are the largest employers in our communities. We govern ourselves with our own legislation and policies. We fostered a better working relationship with the Yukon government and Canada, and are recognized and respected as the first order of government in our traditional territories. We have established our own economic development corporations to facilitate the building of our own economies, and are very successful with the many business ventures, contributions, and millions of dollars to this territory in the past 23 years. We own real estate, culture centers, and new administration buildings, and of course, we own our own resources and language center at the Yukon University. With the recognition of land and resource ownership, industries such as mining are approaching First Nations for true partnerships in resource development and extraction. But it's by our rules, because it's our jurisdiction within our settlement lands. As owners of the land and the resources, First Nations have a say on how business is conducted on their lands, as well as seeking other partners. Canada has not met their fiduciary obligations to Yukon First Nations from day one regarding their agreements and implementation of the agreements. On the other hand, Yukon First Nations recognize the lack of cooperation and trust sooner than later, and chose to proceed with or without other governments. It wasn't an easy trail to blaze, but they did it their way. They invested their compensation money for the first 5 years while striving to build our governments and become educated in the different subjects that we were expected to govern or co-manage in our respective traditional territories. And we're still doing that today. So we have a devolution agreement, we have programs and transfer agreement to build within our governments, and we also have a financial transfer agreement, which isn't to the fullest and is not meeting our needs today. So I hope that gives you a glimpse as to who we are and where we come from, and the seriousness of our governance. Thank you.
Van Queensy, everyone. It's good to be here this morning. My name is Pauline Frost. I am Vantakwitch, and I'm from North Yukon. Just a bit of context about myself before I get into giving you history. So I'm the chief of my community. My mother actually is Alice Frost. She was the first female chief of my community. And she led the way and blazed the trail for us as young leaders in our community. So that's how we, I guess, come into these spaces, so that we essentially can educate and work with you all. From there, as a young person, we're taken out of our communities very young to embrace the world outside of our community. So my community is small. It's the only isolated community in the north, in northern Yukon. It's a fly-in community, 250 people. Very resilient, strong, knowledgeable, and traditional people is where I come from. But at the same time, we are very much involved in world economy, very much involved in Yukon economy, very much involved in Arctic security and sovereignty, and leading the way on changing the face of what we do in the north. That said, I want to just note that with respect to myself, I spent 17 years in the Canadian Rangers in different communities, in Dawson City, Gautreau, Teslin, Carcross. And we do it as a volunteer basis, on a volunteer basis, because that's just what we do in the north. You participate and you engage and you actively involve yourself. Not just myself, my siblings. We advocate for also at the same time protection of the resources that sustain us and our way of life, so that we essentially can follow the trail of our ancestors, and that's to ensure we maintain our sovereignty as a nation and protecting our way of life as Indigenous people, where we say Dinjiju, that means First Nation. That said, it's important that we protect our critical resources. So as a young leader in my community, I was advised to, travel and protect and advocate for the Arctic Refuge, for caribou, for salmon, for the things that sustain us as a people before we start, engaging with the rest of the world and implementing our self-government agreement. So there are 28 chapters in our self-government agreement, carefully navigated and thought out with respect to what it meant for us as Vantakwichan. So we were the first of 4 to sign off on the self-government agreements in the Yukon, and we did that early on. We have the largest land mass in the Yukon of all the nations, but we also have the most land protection in our region. Special management areas, parks, wilderness designation. Why is that? Because we are sovereign, we are traditional, and we rely on the land for what it provides for us as Indigenous people. That's important to us as we look at Arctic security. So when you speak from a policy perspective, you think about laws and customary and contemporary practices and approaches to governance. You think about the people and where they come from, and that's the lens I bring. So, I navigated the world just doing my very best to try to protect my community. And so I came out early and, was brought to, 1993, I was brought to a celebration across the river by my uncle, Harry Allen. And I'm at Yukon College then trying to become something. I still don't know what I'm going to become someday, a politician for now. But he said, you must learn about this agreement because this is your future. And that's the message we give all young people today. Pick up the document, read it, understand it, because you're going to be negotiating your future. It's not negotiated. Context of 28 chapters is a foundational document. The umbrella final agreement is foundational in nature. From here on, every 5 years we negotiate the fiscal transfer component, but there's legislation that we also design and build around how we govern, right? Governance is important to us. So that said, I spent some time in the federal government early on as a negotiator, imagine that. So I was brought on early to try to take some leadership during devolution. So working on the devolution of health transfer from Canada to Yukon government, land transfer, dealing with the residual responsibilities, which meant that, some, at that point, the ESSA was being implemented, Yukon Environmental Socioeconomic Assessment process was being implemented, Canada Environmental Act still applied in some jurisdictions. So I was young and I really didn't know what I was doing so much then. I was kind of learning as I'm going, but at the same time, it gave me good grounding to understand today what it meant to actually get to the table. So I moved on in time and became the lead negotiator for Vantakwichan. So I negotiated and worked with my nation to understand and implement and negotiate elements of our agreement. North Yukon Land Use Plan is the first land use plan to be signed off in the Yukon. And why is that? Because our people wanted, they gave up everything. They gave up a lot to protect our way of life. And that's what we think about. So when you think about UNDRIP, United Nations Rights of Indigenous People, you think about self-government agreement. The self-government agreement is founded, and it's a Crown Indigenous relationship that is protected by law. So we have roots to negotiate and what we do in the future. So who comes onto our territory, whether it's military or not, you still need to come through those doors in a respectful fashion, have dialogue and negotiations with us, consultation on what is in the best interest of the people that reside on the land. And I want to, just say that in my community, it's different. It's special. It's a special place where I feel for southern urban communities, like my friend Ruth here, because, there's so much affecting the way of life of the people, right? And although we're so far north, we still are impacted by the economy of the nation, the world. You think about the Pacific Passage and Northwest Passage across the North Yukon. Think about that. How are you going to get across? Well, you're going to come across my back door, essentially, right? Watch the air traffic on the traffic app. See where all the military flights are flying. You think about the open waters in the Arctic, the uncharted waters in the Arctic. Nobody knows that area, right? And so I think it's important when you think about relationship with Indigenous people, particularly in the Yukon. So early on, we had a discussion on, this whole the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security and the early engagement and consultation, and having a bunch of academia come and say, well, we're going to research you. And I'm like, you are not researching us. We'll tell you because we've been here for millennia and we know what the heck is going on in the north. We will tell you what we need to do. Don't research us. So essentially nothing about us without us. Talk to us. We will help you. We will inform you. And together we will, chart the waters of the Pacific Northwest Passage, chart the waters and territories that you wouldn't survive in if your life depended on it, because we live in the harshest climate in the world. To come to my community in the middle of winter when it's 60 below and the temperature gauge is down and it's not going any further, right? And you have a fireplace going, which you harvested from, the forest. That's what we think about. That's what I think about. So coming forward as a young leader from my community and being elected as a minister in the government, not to one portfolio, but three: Minister of Housing, Minister of Environment, Minister of Health and Social Services, all at one time. And that has never been done before. Why did I take it on? I took it on because my people asked me to protect my community and protect our way of life in the middle of a housing crisis, in the middle of a climate crisis, in the middle of an opioid crisis, in the middle of COVID. And how did we succeed? And how did we protect ourselves? Because we took a pan-Northern perspective, a pan-Northern approach. Northern approach involved all of the communities across the north: Nunavut, Northwest Territories, and Yukon. And so because of my background and my experience in self-government, I felt that allowed me some spaces to walk into some spaces like this and be comfortable to speak about the history of our people, history of and the foundation of our self-government agreements and what it means to us as sovereign nations. Because you can never talk about Arctic security without Arctic sovereignty. And what does Arctic sovereignty mean to you when you come in as military, as public figures in other countries? You come in to say that sovereignty is really about the people. It's about protecting, the environment. You're not going to destroy. In fact, we talk about Arctic borders, mobility, accessibility, the ability to come in and out of the United States. Well, half of my people are living in the United States. Why? Because we live on the border. We live on a border town in northern Yukon. The only way to get across the border is on the river, right? So we travel back and forth. We navigate to Herschel Island, cross country. We navigate across the Dakotai Trail to Fort McPherson. And the military exercise that happened in my community in February, they came over the Dakotai Trail. That's the historical trail of the people through the Richardson Mountains. No one can get through there unless you're guided through there. Unless there's a trail there and you have a guide. That's the way of the North. And that's what we have to think about. I can go on about, more about the history of the North and what it all means, but my community didn't invest all of its resources in the community itself. We took everything and we invested it outside of the community. We have a successful corporation. So we own probably, some of you may have flown in on Air North. If you flew on Air North, put your hand up. If those of you didn't, well, you should be flying out on Air North. It's the best airline in Canada. It's the Yukon airline. Half of it belongs to Vantakwichin. We bought the airline because we needed resources to be brought into our community. We will never, and you will never see a road into my community because the elders advised and they ratified and settled our agreements to say no development, no destruction, and you will never have an all-season road into your community because it will destroy our way of life and our people. So we own an airline. And that's why we bought the airline. We own a lot of real estate in the city. That's where we make our money. We take the money and we put it back into people programs. So I wanted to just share a bit of that context, right? And for us as leaders, as women leaders in the Yukon, we advocate for and we protect our families. We protect our, security of our homes is important. I think that's important to appreciate and recognize as well. You can't think about stabilization of economies without thinking about healthy people, shelter, safe drinking water, environmental protection, and where's the food source going to come from with climate change and destruction that's happening around us all the time, right? One day it's raining and the next day it's snowing, right? One day it's 40 below and the next day it's +2. How is that possible? Well, it happens. It's warming 2 degrees faster than anywhere else in the world. In my community in North Yukon, we see the changes. The people are seeing it every day. We have no more salmon coming up the river, so we have to look for other sources of nutrition to sustain us. We buy salmon from the Taku River. So we work together as nations, right? Where you have nothing, you work with another nation to bring that decline. Where you see something in decline, you work with other nations to stabilize. And that's how you think about security. Work together to stabilize something that may be insecure or may be faltering in some way, right? It's not going to be the military that's going to fix it for you. It's not going to be government. But as nations, we work together and we think about a pan-Northern approach. We think about how do we work together, put in place policies and legislation that's going to govern us and sustain us for millennia to come. That's how I look at the world. And I think about our report cards. Every 5 years, we do a report card with Canada. Only after 30 years, they finally decided to put in place a modern treaty commissioner. Imagine that. And that's to look at the agreements that Chief Massey so succinctly put together for you, the notes about our self-government agreement. But Canada's finally at the table. We have a Prime Minister's forum. Once a year, we meet with the Prime Minister, all the modern treaty groups from across the country, 26 of us. We speak about our agreements and what we see as priority. And you can guarantee Arctic security is part of it. Sovereignty is part of it. Our self-government agreements are part of it. We have intergovernmental forums here in Yukon, and we have Yukon forums. We meet with them for our former colleague, Premier Pillai, and others on what we see as priorities in Yukon. So there's windows, there's also doors, and sometimes we may ask you to leave if you're not complying with our way of life, and that's okay. Come back at a different time and have a good conversation about what makes the most sense for everyone. Because as I think about my mother, she would tell you to go away, come back when you're ready to talk in a respectful fashion, and we'll find a solution together. So I wanted to just end on that note because my mother is my world. She taught me and raised me with good values and good principles to be a good person and bring this message to the world. But we as leaders need to work together as well. Masi.
Drin Hozo, Roberta Joseph. I'm from Dawson City, Yukon, Trundakwichin, Diche. I'm from the Trundakwichin First Nation in Dawson City, Yukon. Today here I'm representing the Arctic Athabaskan Council. I was originally appointed by the Council of Yukon First Nations, or Yukon First Nations Central Organization, led by Grand Chief Mathea Alatini. The Arctic Athabaskan Council is an international advocacy organization that was formed in 2000 with members from Council of Yukon First Nation, Dene Nation, and about 27 15 Alaskan tribes, and so the AAC represents about 72 northern communities in these three regions. I'm not, by all means, I'm not an expert on Arctic Athabaskan Council. I was just newly appointed last year, and there were a lot of things going on that we couldn't really focus on the mandate. And the Arctic Athabaskan Council works has international engagement with the Arctic Council, who represents the 8 countries, and we are one of the 6 Indigenous permanent participants at the Arctic Council level. I am a little bit familiar with the Arctic Athabaskan Council, as I did previously work for Council of Yukon First Nations for a very long time when the leaders were advocating for permanent participation. And I remember our past leader, Shirley Adamson and Ed Schultz, were Grand Chiefs of Council of Yukon First Nations, who really advocated for the northern Canada to have our own participation at the Arctic Council, because it was previously represented by the Minister of Cernak, and well, at that time it was the Indian Affairs, Department of Indian Affairs. The Arctic Athabaskan Council participates on the various committees of the Arctic Council, including emergency management and climate change, and as well as Arctic sovereignty. At this time, there hasn't been very many, or there hasn't really been very many meetings at all with the Arctic Council, where AAC had gone to participate. The meetings have ceased somewhat a bit at the Arctic Council level due to the war between Russia and Ukraine. So things have stalled a little bit in that sense. Although AAC continues to remain active in some of the boards. Another area that AAC actively participates on, as I mentioned, is the Arctic sovereignty, which is an area of exploration of the legalities surrounding Athabaskan sovereignty and over the Northwest Passage in Canada. The waterway is of critical and geological importance to the safety and security of all northern people. The dispute over its status as international waters versus international Canadian waters has been at a statement for far too long, and AAC is working with Canada to explore ways to assert our international rights, both through original treaty and land claims, and we are hopeful this dialogue will break this impasse, providing Athabaskan peoples a hopeful chance to exercise the rights and authority over this vital marine area and ensure our interests are recognized and protected in this increasingly strategic region. Communications is key to the North as well as part of these, as part of ensuring that there is sovereign communication technology is key to being able to keep informed on the circumpolar issues, and especially at a time like we're dealing with now. The other issues that are concerning are that, Canada has many ocean borders with other countries, and as well here in the Yukon there are a number of borders by highway to Alaska, and as well some of our communities are only an hour away from the borders of Alaska. So we also have what I mean also by borders is that we have borders, like highway borders, where we cross into each other's countries. AAC also remains committed to collaborating with Canada to further the application of UNDRIP to the work of the Arctic Council, and the education phase of this initiative has been delayed due to the pause in Arctic Council activities with the war, as I mentioned, but we actively are preparing with Co-Lead Canada to develop a range of the educational activities to support this initiative once workshops and face-to-face meetings are again possible. The AAC Board of Directors recognizes that AAC has outgrown its current secretariat and governance structure, and we are currently working to increase our internal capacity and improve communication so that we can embark on new strategic paths that will better involve our membership and partners, and that's having a more key role in terms of Arctic sovereignty discussions and priorities, and we look forward to continuing our international work in Indigenous diplomacy and research at the Arctic Council and in our other bilateral high-level forums. We welcome further collaboration and global affairs to ensure the protection of Athabaskan rights and interests, and to enhance the safety and security of Arctic peoples in the face of the climate crisis and current geopolitical threats. It's not my first presentation on Arctic security. I was, as Grand Chief Matteo Alatini mentioned, I was the Chief of the Yukon First Nation in Dawson City, Yukon for 9 years, and if you don't really know where Dawson City is in the Yukon, it's it's the next southerly community from Gautreau. We are in a drive-in community, and if you ever heard of Yukon Gold or Gold Rush, then you might have an understanding of where Dawson City is. It's the little Las Vegas of the North. Yeah, like Grand Chief says, what happens in Dawson stays in Dawson.
That was under my breath.
So, just in regards to that, I had participated in one of the first discussions on the Northern Arctic foreign policy policy framework, and did have to represent a key number of issues in regarding to Arctic security with former Minister Dan Vandel at the time in 2023, and so Arctic sovereignty and security is key and essential here in the North and in the Yukon. And I look forward to, we look forward to ensuring that our Arctic is secured and that there's, that we are a part of those discussions at the national, global level, as well as international level. Masit.
Carrie, can I just, sorry. Maybe before I hand it over to Carrie to talk about the economic development initiatives, just to wrap up some of the context in the territory. So you hear that there's any kind of policies that are being developed must be inclusive of our final agreements, land claims, and self-government agreements. And that also includes UNDRIP, because we have the 3 nations that are still under the Indian Act. One of the big things that we're looking at, and we had the privilege of the CIAS, I love saying it like that, had coordinated a conference in Dakwakatahanes Junction a few weeks ago, and we talked, the Rangers talked about all of their programs. And the lesson learned from the Rangers is across Canada's north, you have to look at mobilizing the expertise that's on the ground. Because as Chief Frost had said, you're not going through the Richardson Mountains if you don't have a guide, if somebody hasn't already broken that trail. That traditional knowledge, that knowledge on the ground is absolutely essential to survival. If you want to bring any sort of military activity up to the north, you have to utilize the boots on the ground. And that doesn't just go for Rangers, it goes for things like healthcare. When we're looking at the commitments under NATO, one of them is about the ability to respond to major incidences. And major incidences includes the ability to take care of or triage mass casualties or casualties. And if you don't have decentralized healthcare systems in our rural remote, and this is not just in the territory, think of it across Canada. You have to have decentralized healthcare and experience. In our rural remote communities, it comes down to the nursing stations, but we learned during the pandemic that we have our First Nation communities have technical expertise. There has to be a willingness to let go of power in order to decentralize some of this type of activity. When you're looking at that healthcare infrastructure, in the budget, what was his name? One of the Turnbull, he came up and he was talking about the budget. one of the pieces of security has to be tied to healthcare infrastructure. When you look at any sort of, if there's going to be a military presence here in Whitehorse, which is contemplated at the moment, how do you actually take care of a mass number of people? You have to think of the dual-use infrastructure, and I'm throwing that out there because the healthcare system here is aging. We've got an infrastructure assessment done. We have to be thinking of how are we leaving infrastructure, leaving a place better than it is or was. That type of investment in community needs to happen at a grassroots level. And that healthcare infrastructure is not just the hospitals in Whitehorse, Watson Lake, or Dawson. It is our community nursing stations. It's training up people in our community so that you have community-based lab techs, whatever that looks like. How do we give high caliber healthcare in our rural, remote communities? If you think of Old Crow being the farthest northern community, that's going to be the first point of contact when you're coming from the Arctic Passage, Northwest Passage. And how are you able to triage and think of the resources that are needed in any sort of response? When Roberta was talking about our borders. We have 3 borders with the US. Does that make me anxious? A little. But we're also very close to Russia. And if you're paying attention to the news, which I'm sure we all are, not the Trump news, but the actual news of Russia flying drones over NATO countries, this should be concerning for all of us. And what are we doing about it? So there is, when you look at the Canada and trying to tie all these things together, we've got the Arctic Security Framework, there's the Critical Minerals Strategy, Canada's seat at Arctic Council. How are we leveraging that to look at all of this type of infrastructure? Are we doing the dual use? So when we're talking about airports and flyways, our little airport in Burwash Landing is the checkpoint for every flight that goes over the Yukon, over Canada. And that cannot land a 737. Maybe it could land it, but it can't take off. So there is, what kind of critical infrastructure are we looking at in order to better prepare our North, prepare Canada for the geopolitical situation that we're in right now? When we think of telecommunications, we in the territory do not have a skiff. So how are political operations going to land here? That, like, we should be talking about what are kind of the base things that we need in order to better protect ourselves here in the North. So the skiff is a big one. There is an ask that has been on the table federally forever. Northwest Tel has been in discussions with North 60. It's a conglomerate or a group of nations across the North that are looking to purchase the fiber optic infrastructure off of Northwest Tel. It's been, I think, 12 to 18 months waiting for an answer for Canada to back the loan so that the percentage rate of the loan is not 6 or 8%, that it is close to prime. And that seems like a small ask to have a meaningful participation or meaningful contribution of First Nation governments, dev corps, in something that is going to be critical to Arctic security, to Northern security, to Canada's security. And I think we need to be thinking of bringing all those things together. How are we looking at this piece of, I haven't seen this much fiscal constraint since the Harper government. We are now moving into, yes, it's a Liberal government, but it is behaving like a Conservative government. So we have to be looking at how are we doing more with less? And that means that how are we better working together? How are we increasing efficiencies, reducing redundancies, letting go of power, and actually building those partnerships? So building that centralized or decentralized capacity in order to respond. And I think that is a segue into economics.
Ainji Carrie Uye, Johnston Iche, Dakwakara Yuninje Gachanche. My name's Carrie Johnston, and I'm the CEO of Shawshoe Corporation, which is Champagne and Ajax First Nations Community Corporation. Gachanche, I'm from away. I was born in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and was raised in Toronto. And my father was in Riyadh as part of a nation-building project, building telecommunications infrastructure in the late 70s, early 80s. It's a real honor and privilege to be asked to speak on this panel around the role of community and the development corporations for the First Nations. They're all in a sort of different structure, so there's no one way that each nation has set it up. But generally, there may be a trust, there may be an investment corporation, and then there may be a community corporation, or all those things may sort of overlap and in between. Within Champagne and Ajax First Nations, there is the trust, which holds the wealth of the nation and speaks to specific opportunities for investment. And then there's DCI, or Dakwakata Capital, which is the investment arm. It has a mandate to return a high degree of return for the corporation, and it has an investment mandate which can be global. And then there's Shawshoe Corporation, which is the community corporation, and our mandate is to invest within traditional territory. We don't have a responsibility to earn a high rate of return. Our job is to invest in the community, invest in the people, and invest our returns in the community. The panelists before me have spoken at great length around the power and opportunity of modern treaty here in the territory, and there are a number of economic business development opportunities that have been entrenched in those agreements. And there's lots of conversation ongoing around how we best take advantage of those opportunities, and you'll often hear about the Chapter 22 agreements and things that are there for the nations to develop their wealth through their corporations. And as Chief Massey and Chief Frost and Roberta all spoke to, there are things like investment in mines, real estate, and all sorts of different sort of structures out there. A good example in the agreements is the ability for each nation to have wildfire contracts to protect our communities, to protect the North. And a number of nations and their development corporations have combined those interests together into the Yukon First Nations Wildfire LP, which gives us the unique opportunity to build training programs, capacity in the wildfire space to protect the North. And it's really exciting to see how that LP is growing and supporting our communities, and where it goes to next as it looks towards protection and R&D opportunities here in the North. Shawshoe Corporation, as I mentioned, we're specifically focused on investment within traditional territory, and we're really looking at how we can build opportunities for people to move back to live on settlement land. Within the self-government agreements, income taxes are returned to the nation for those living on settlement lands, and so we want to see and maximize that opportunity within our traditional territories. And so we are building quality of life infrastructure that enables business to happen, and that makes it a really exciting place to live within our communities. I mentioned that I live in Dakwakata Haines Junction. So for those who are unfamiliar with the Yukon, it's about an hour and a half away from Whitehorse, and which is really close for us. So I woke up this morning and drove here, and then I'll probably drive back home tonight. So it's no big deal for us to sort of commute an hour and a half, 2 hours back and forth along the Alaska Highway. And Haines Junction is a product of a military installation. When the Alaska Highway came through, a big nation-building project during World War II for Canada and the US, Haines Junction was established as a communications point for the military, a communications signal and a highway maintenance camp, as it was the intersection of really important trade routes coming from Haines, Alaska to Anchorage and back to Whitehorse. That project was devastating in our communities along the Alaska Highway. It was not built with the people who live there, and it was a big impact as people saw cats coming for the first time in their introduction to heavy equipment along the Alaska Highway. So we always have to recognize the presence of big projects like that and the impact that they've had in our northern communities. Haines Junction, although established along the highway, or newly established along the highway, was always, for time immemorial, an incredibly important economic trade route for the people who've always lived there, intersecting trails. We call it Dakwakata today, which means high cash, and it was a place where resources important to trade were stored within southern Yukon to trade with the coastal communities and into the interior. And it remains, I think, a really important foundational part of economic trade here in the territory today, which is why we're really excited for some of the projects that Shawshaw is working on. We recognize the importance of Arctic sovereignty, and one of the key projects we're working on today is to enhance our ability around food security. Only 1% of the food that's consumed here in the territory is grown here locally, and we need to all look towards efforts to how we can increase that. So we're working with non-traditional investors like the National Food Bank and the National Research Council of Canada to build innovative R&D projects so that we can build the critical infrastructure so that we can grow more food within our community. We're also digging into our past and trying to understand the role that the highway played in the early foundations of farming infrastructure here in the territory with the Pine Creek Experimental Farm, which we've had some great citizens working and digging through the archives and at the National Archives in Ottawa, which means we're actually opening up military files as we learn and discover that there were really strong relationships between Russia and Siberia and the Yukon and establishing these experimental farms across the north. We were learning from those northern farms in an exchange around during World War II allyship. We're also diversifying our economy by building a makerspace and a light manufacturing hub. We've got a collection of young people who are really inspired to want to continue to live in our community, but don't necessarily want to work for government and want to build new opportunities. So they're building an apparel manufacturing company, and they're really excited to be starting to build custom parkas that are designed for the people who live here and will be worn by the people who live here. So it's really exciting to be able to invest in young people and see where they want to take the corporation in our community. We're also looking to build new infrastructure for building small businesses in our community, a business development center, which we think can be a communications hub for business and innovation within our community and within the north. And we're also really excited to be working on a workshop which will blend modern tools and technology with traditional carving. So that's like a maker space for us as well. And I think, when we think about Arctic sovereignty and business opportunities, I think, as we've mentioned earlier, we all turn our attention to energy. And one of the roles of the community corporation is to invest in the community, invest in people who want to start new businesses and start things new. And there's 2 young citizens who are studying engineering right now, and they've made it very clear that they want to help solve for energy in the north. And so we've been investing our time and resources in them as they've been looking at what the opportunities could be for energy within traditional territory. And I think I'll end my remarks there, and we'll continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, and to everyone, yes. The comments circled in and grabbed onto the 3 points that I was trying to get to, so I think we've done a good job of covering that stuff off. Conscious of time and that we do have other folks coming on in a few minutes, what I will offer the audience is a question, if there are any, but if you can address it to a specific person or 2 people, just to make sure that we can stay within time. We've got about some time for that. Anyone? Perhaps up here.
Something innovative from the private sector, which I'll speak about later. One of the continuing revenues that the future will bring with the opening of the Arctic is I've been an advocate to make sure that there's a voice for private sector SMEs both native and non-native, to participate in the new economy of the Arctic, both Canadian and American. Also, to be able to look at revenues that will be generated for passages of commercial ships through the Arctic. One is to make sure that the ecology is protected with net zero or clean fuels in the future, which aren't produced in volumes large enough to support that yet, but it will. The second, if you have ships paying $500,000 a year to go through the Panama Canal, there should be additional revenues for passage through the Canadian Arctic that are shared with First Nations and private business, along with the Government of Canada, which would be substantial. And that's just sort of a tidbit from a private sector comment.
Response, Chief? Yep.
If you think about it in my world, in my community, so you think about our clean future and you think about the Yukon's climate change strategy, and we're going to use that as a basis to negotiate anything in particular, because I happen to be the minister responsible for that particular draft and putting that into effect in the Yukon, and we use that as a way to navigate. And as we look at the Pacific Northwest Passage, uncharted waters, certainly don't want anyone to be going in those uncharted waters, because it appears to me that there seems to be a lot of icebergs up there, and a lot of things could happen. So what happens if you have a catastrophe, right? And we have submarines up there that are not even known to the military, right? Or others that are sneaking in and out of these international waters that are unregulated. So I think there's a lot to be said and a lot to be done with respect to the Arctic and Arctic security, and how do we essentially work together as nations. We only control the land, the water, a certain distance is controlled by some countries, but international waters are uncharted, unregulated, and so it'll take a lot of effort to get there. And I think that the Gwich'in Council International is one avenue that we have, and we have representation from Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Alaska on that to talk about these types of international policies. That might be a good discussion to have after this. I'll be here for a bit if you want to talk more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, good. We can go another question, Elijah. And your question, actually say who you are as well. We didn't get that introduction from the previous gentleman.
I'm Elijah Nikiforik, and I just want to thank you all for being here today, for sharing your worldviews with us. I think there's a lot that we have to learn, and I know young Canadians in particular, I think are primed for wanting to learn more about your ways and your worldviews. I want to direct a question to you, Chief Frost, and perhaps to Chief Johnston. Is the title correct? Okay, CEO Johnson, my apologies. What is the outlook of the young people in your communities with regards to international events, with regards to national events, with regards to climate change? I'm curious, how do they perceive their future?
Well, I would suggest that I'm sitting here in front of you, and as a female leader in my community, I have a lot to learn, and folks like you bring us perspectives that we would never have known about. A lot of our community members are educated. My daughter's away right now. She's completed 6 years of university and is continuing on to becoming a medical doctor. We have another citizen here, her son is an engineer. And so we have young people that are visionaries, and they participate in our economy, and they have, a vision for a better future, but they are also rooted in their ancestries. So that is more important. You ask my daughter, who's sitting in a university studying to be a medical doctor, who are you? My name is Alice Frost. I'm Vantuk Gwich'in, and I come from Gautreau. Where do you want to go when you grow up? When she graduates, I want to go home. Our children, it's what we teach our children. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of where you come from, and honor your people and honor the traditions. And you will only then be successful, and you will always come home. right? I think that's our worldview, and a European or Caucasian worldview is home is wherever you set your foot down in another city, right? I travel around the world. I take my kids to see and expose them, but our young people just want to be home right now. It's hunting season, harvest season. They go home because it's what gives them purpose. I mean, that's as simple as it is, right? We have connection. I mean, we have connections in terms of our investments. We have connections internationally. Our two young people, we have a lawyer and a young lady who has a master's degree in environmental sciences. She sits on the Gwich'in International Council. They represent our community because they're young and they bring a perspective, but one of them live in community and one of them comes home maybe 4 or 5 times a year. It's what we have to do with our young people. Expose them, teach them, ground them, and they will be successful. And they will bring our voices to the world, because we don't do that well enough in our little communities. It's either that or we're not heard, right? It's important that we bring that perspective to the table. Let's see. Does that answer the question? Thank you.
I'm really grateful for the leadership of young people in our community. The ability for me to introduce myself in Southern Tushone is because young people who've taken the language immersion program in our community have taught me to say my name and how to introduce myself as somebody from outside. And so I think, and in every project Show Corporation is working on, there's a young person who is guiding what that's going to look like and how that's going to be integrated into community. I think there's what I hear from young people is that they want to stay and live within traditional territory to be connected to the land, and they want new opportunities to do that. And I think that's where our opportunity is as a corporation, is to build the key infrastructure that they're going to need to do it, because the reality is commercial building costs in the territory are prohibitively expensive for an entrepreneur to take on by themselves. We need investment, and the corporations are a great opportunity to create those investment vessels for the infrastructure that young people are going to need to start a restaurant, start an apparel company, build that new widget that's going to transform something. You know, having young people in our office this year while we were brainstorming and making the apparel company come to be. And, you know, there's young people coming in and they're like, I've got a great idea for a new frame for a hunting backpack. I've got a great idea for a new shoe. There's all sorts of things that they can see and envision a world for if we just give them the tools to do it. And I think the North, you know, we live in these harsh environments and conditions, and we're very innovative people. Give us a little bit more opportunity, the investment that we need, and watch out and see what we can do.
Great. If we do it just like that, we can do one more question from the crowd. And then, yeah, been there.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists. My name is Ryan. I'm an independent strategy consultant, and I've done a lot of work with and for many of the nations that are represented here. Mostly with a focus on conservation, natural resource use, and climate change, but increasingly with the interest in dual use, and maybe I would suggest multi-use infrastructure development. There is an increasing interest in Arctic security. And so my question for the esteemed panelists is, what advice do you have to organizations and individuals that are interested in partnering with First Nations, especially on matters where it involves maybe use of the land for training, materials testing, equipment development for security purposes? Chief Frost, you talked about consultation and talks, but we also know that some of these threats are urgent and pressing, and consultation sometimes is a longer process. So what would you suggest for mobilizing some of the expertise in the North and First Nation communities for those types of partnerships?
Ryan, did you want to hear from Chief Frost specifically, or?
I'll lob it out to anyone who wants to jump on it, but Chief Frost.
I just got room for one person to respond, so Chief Frost, if that was what your comfort zone.
Thank you. I'll take a stab at two components. One, we bring a winter road into my community every 3 years when we have a large infrastructure happening. So economically, the community has to sustain it because we pay for it. So we look for partnerships. But we had to cancel the winter road last year. Why is that? Because we had a large snowcat, we had some slumping going on and the equipment sunk in the permafrost. And we had to take it out and abort the winter road. We don't have the expertise. We rely on others to help us to bring in, and part of that is Arctic security. So how do you bring in large infrastructure for military purposes, right, for security? Well, the only way to get it there is by a snowcat road in the wintertime, because our self-government agreement won't allow you to do anything else. So work with us. We don't have the expertise, we rely on others. Climate change and effects is impacting the way we do our business. We own Air North, half of Air North, and infrastructure is important, right? And so in my little community, we have a runway. We can land our 737 jet, but it has to be gravel equipped. We can land a military aircraft in our community. We own the only infrastructure in the Yukon that will accommodate a military aircraft should one break down at the Whitehorse Airport or anywhere else. So I think it's important in terms of partnering with Yukon First Nations and development corporations, and I just so happen to sit on the board of the Vantakwichin Limited Partnership as well, and I sit on their North board, but we always are looking for partnerships from private sector to help to build the economy, boost the economy. But to build the winter road into our community, in my community, $2 million, a small community of 250 people has to raise capital of $2 million to bring a winter road in. And you wonder, why would a community like Gautreau want to bring a winter road in at $2 million when you can't afford it? Well, we raise capital with partnerships with the government, Atco Electric, RCMP, whoever we can find in our community that needs to bring in supplies or build new infrastructure. And we talk about Build Canada C5. We think about the future of the world. We think about the future of economic future and the sustainability of our way of life and energy, right? You think about energy, and our own community has solar panels, but it only works in the summer. In the spring, it doesn't work in the winter because you don't have any sunlight, because the sun disappears about now and you probably won't see it until April. It's true. But we live there because we love it and it's beautiful, but at the same time, we have to generate revenue energy elsewhere, right? Is it from wind or is it from a diesel generator? And how do we participate in the economy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and reach Canada's target? Well, we do that because we have the largest land protection in the North. And we contribute to say, here's our contribution to Canada. In return, we expect some dialogue and discussion around transportation network. We still rely on 3G network in our community. How is that even possible? Because Northwest Tel is so antiquated, and we rely on Starlink, and not everybody wants to support Elon Musk, but we use it because it's essential, right, to converse on a national scale. So your question about how do we partner, there's huge opportunities in the North. You just went across the way in Inuvik and built the big military base in Inuvik. But then what? Stranded resources in liquid natural gas and on the Tuck Highway. Where's that going to go? It's going to come down the Dempster Highway, and guess what? You're going to have to come through 5 traditional territories to get it to anywhere. You're going to get it off into where? Into the Pacific Northwest Passage, to North Yukon? You're going to have to talk to us about it. but you're going to do it in a sustainable fashion. That's our backyard. Must
Great, this is perfect. Thank you for that, Chief. Please join me in thanking Grand Chief Alatini, Chief Massey, Chief Frost, Ms. Joseph, and Ms. Johnston for this panel. And I'll make two other notes. You did learn a lot about the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security during this session. This evening, the reception at 5 o'clock, which is at the Gold Rush Inn, which is on Main Street near the Hyatt. That starts at 5. That includes dinner. So come to that. I'll let you know a little bit more about the CIAS, and we'll have a lot of time to sit around and get to know each other through a more casual means in that. Until then, I cede the floor back to Dr. Athabaskan.
Thank you very much to the participants of this wonderful first panel, to the Grand Chief and Chiefs mentioned here. Thank you as much as I can, because I've never participated in such a panel with so high representatives of the Indigenous people here in Canada. Thank you very, very much. And there's much which I'm wondering about, especially about some sentences like takeaways. Nothing about us without us. I'm not sure who said it, but nothing without us, about us. I think it's a good hint. And communication is the key to the North, and mobilize the traditional knowledge and prepare Canada for the challenges of the future. And now we go a further step to prepare Canada for the future with our second panel, and I'm proud to present you today the keynote speech of U.S. Consul General Crowley. He will start with his speech, and then we start with the second panel under the moderation of Alex Dalziel, Emerging Security Challenges in the Canadian Arctic panel, with the panelists, as mentioned. If you need 5 minutes, it's okay, or would we start? What would you prefer? Give 5 minutes, then to take a water or a coffee, and then we start in 5 minutes. Exactly in 5 minutes, I call you back. But then around 100, yeah. C'est die 5 Minuten? So, ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We want to get further on. Where's the moderator? Sorry, where's the keynote speaker? Just seen him a few minutes ago. Ah, sorry. Okay, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Smith, please have a seat. Emerging security challenges in Canadian Arctic panel starts with a keynote of the US Consul General Crowley. A very warm welcome, and please, it's your floor.
A little shorter than Dr. Althusmann, so I have to move the microphone down. So thank you for the introduction. I'm here with several colleagues from Vancouver, and in British Columbia, we're responsible for British Columbia and Yukon relations with the United States. So the United States has varied interests in the Arctic, including national and homeland security, sensible economic development, promoting cooperation and collaboration with the Arctic nations, recognizing the vital role that Indigenous people have throughout the region, and supporting and promoting scientific research. Our goal is a secure and stable region free of conflict that protects our interests and our homeland. The topics we are addressing at the conference today include all of these themes. As we heard in the initial session, security involves not just the United States, but also Canada, our other allies, and of course, all the people who live in the Arctic. Our next session will discuss emerging security challenges. U.S.-Canada cooperation in the Arctic is extensive, and on the security front, the main format for such cooperation is the North American Aerospace Command, or NORAD, our only binational military command. After years of encouraging our NATO allies to spend the resources required for our common defense, we welcome Canada's commitment to meet the new NATO budget targets. These resources are desperately needed to obtain and maintain defense capabilities. This includes the modernization of NORAD, which will strengthen continental defense and advance shared U.S.-Canada security priorities in the Arctic and beyond. Together, we defend North America. In addition, the U.S. government is devoting increased attention to the Arctic in planning, budgeting, and operations. Ahead of the upcoming increase in our icebreaker program, the U.S. Coast Guard recently commissioned its first major icebreaker since 1999. The United States now has 3 operational polar icebreakers, though the icebreaker collaboration effort, or IcePac, we are working together to procure new state-of-the-art vessels for the future. This afternoon, we will discuss the Asia-Pacific view of the Arctic, which is particularly relevant considering recent events in the world, Russia's buildup of military forces in the Arctic, and China's expanding patrolling in Arctic waters, including those adjacent to Alaska. In addition, changes to the Arctic environment are leading to increased commercial shipping on both the Northern Sea Route and the Northwest Passage. Secretary of State Rubio has noted that the Arctic has some of the most valuable shipping lanes in the world, and we need to be able to defend the routes near our shores. Indeed, the Arctic in transition presents unprecedented opportunities in the northern high latitudes, along with unfamiliar challenges. Our final session today will address the energy sector. The United States and Canada have a long and mutually beneficial energy relationship, one that has benefited from Canada's investments in its energy infrastructure. One area we are not addressing directly, but which I want to highlight, is the importance of subnational cooperation in Arctic security. The Yukon and Alaskan governments work side by side on some of the most pressing issues facing their people, from protecting youth to improving infrastructure, to addressing the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people, to advancing economic development. The upgrades to the Alaska Highway and ongoing discussions of a possible marine services platform that would help export BC minerals from Skagway, Alaska, are only a few examples of such projects. The United States and Canada have a long and deep history of cooperation that has advanced the security and the safety of our peoples in the Arctic region, including in Alaska and in the Yukon. Our Arctic research agencies, including Polar Knowledge Canada and the U.S. Arctic Research Commission, facilitate joint projects and information sharing. As members of the Arctic Council, we work with other regional states and Indigenous permanent participants, recognizing their vital and special relations to the Arctic. All of this cooperation takes place in the broader context of our broader bilateral relationship. Ambassador Hoekstra has likened the relationship to a fabric that holds Americans and Canadians together at many different levels. Both sides have benefited greatly from this relationship, and it allows the fabric to stretch and take different shapes. That fabric is being stretched and reshaped now, but it will remain strong. Our goal at the U.S. mission to Canada is to make sure that our two countries are always communicating, growing trade, working through our differences, pursuing our common defense and security objectives, and never losing sight of the importance and the breadth of our bilateral relationship. I look forward to the next discussion panel, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Hello, folks. We'll get going with the afternoon set of the programming in 3 to 5 minutes. So grab all the coffee you need and all the cookies that are left over. And we'll get going soon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The room is awfully quiet, so I hope that doesn't mean that the cookie and the coffee haven't kicked in yet. So I hope you are experiencing a nice sugar high and also a high from that terrific networking that we all just enjoyed over some food. That's part of design of the conference, also to provide the space for folks to meet and to meet new folks, but also to continue some conversations that may have been happening online. So we have a dynamic program for the afternoon as well. We'll have 2 short keynote presentations and then 2 afternoon panels to get us going. And of course, everything that we heard this morning, especially from the first panel, which I think a number of us were reflecting over lunch as being really quite a phenomenal discussion, and not many of us, especially those of us who live in southern part of Canada, we don't get to enjoy 5 or 6 chiefs speaking to us at the same time. So that really was a tremendous honor, and I hope that the messages that came out from that panel in particular around the focus on the people, the focus on the land, the focus on the well-being and human security will also continue to infuse the discussions that we'll have this afternoon as well. So to kick us off and to, again, get people back in the mood of listening and learning and hearing new things, we're very excited to be joined by Dr. Rajiv Jaiman from University of British Columbia. He's a professor at the Mechanical Engineering School, and he will be speaking to us about the intersection of technology and maritime security and all things technology and innovation connected. So Rajiv, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Vina, for kind introduction. So I'm very happy to be represent UBC here on research and technology. And first of all, I'd like to thank all organizers who give this fantastic opportunity to present in beautiful town of Whitehorse. So here I'll be telling a little bit, it's a little bit switching the gear here on the innovation and what we are doing at UBC broadly on shipbuilding, ship design, and also in the context of Arctic. So I'll be presenting a little bit more on the technology side and how different colleagues are part of our engineering. We are building a lot of ecosystem and along with our industry. And I'm working very closely with Seaspan Shipyard. So there was earlier mention about the shipbuilding. So we are providing all the how to make them more productive and productivity, low cost, and cutting edge. So let me go through my next slide. So this is, we all agree in the morning session, this is pretty much, we all have seen urgency of Arctic security, right? And climate change and political tension, all those things are coming big way on us, we like or not, right? So those things are there, and innovation is only answer here to navigate those multitude of challenges. So we are looking advanced naval systems and how to design and address some of the climate change issues and all their environmental footprint, right? And also make them competitive economically and make all those things within our, in Canadian. And we are taking a highly interdisciplinary approach in the sense at UBC, we are engineering and also we are coordinating with policy and environment, all those different disciplines we are bringing together. So key point here, what we are doing at UBC from the technology point of view, we are leveraging a lot of advancement in AI. And again, this is another big topic, but here we are taking good part of AI, how to produce faster, more environmentally friendly, and leverage your physical, because ships are operating with very harsh environment in ocean or Arctic, right? So how to come up with how to, in the past, they're taking a lot more time, can we speed up that productivity? So this is where we have colleagues on the robotics and sensing, and a lot of other areas we are bringing so that we have this cyber physical environment so that we can produce ships much faster and environmentally friendly. So this is, I should not tell, this is UBC is a gateway for Pacific and Arctic. So this is our location. So it makes us very strategic in terms of building design, operations, and a lot of other related topics. So what you see here is 3 pictures. One is in Vancouver Island. We earlier discussed about this defense. So we have base, and this is where we can support our Navy research, and we want to engage a lot more with I was talking to some of the colleagues in D&D, so we should be engaging more on the technology side. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm part of Seaspan Shipyard, so they are providing a lot more resources to do research and support UBC. And also I work very closely with Robert Allen. This is our Canadian company. They build all tugboats and providing a lot more new design and tools to make them more efficient and competitive. All right, so this is, I just want to, in the interest of time, so what I earlier meant is innovation. So this is multiple areas at the number of colleagues at engineering they're working on, sensing, robotics, and AI, computational engineering. So there's a number of areas, and these are all horizontals, and we have teams working on different parts of ship design and including Arctic. So Arctic is kind of a new topic for us, and we are building our capacity around that. So these are, I won't go through all of them. So this is supported through a number of our industry partners, including Seaspan, and a lot of European companies as well. So this is, as I mentioned earlier, so engineering is the one thing. So now how to bring social science and environment. So this is, we have built this new cluster. Recently we have launched Pacific Rim. So this is where Indo-Pacific component. So we are linking with Japan, Australia, Chile. Those are part of this whole cluster. And this is earlier mentioned, so Arctic we are building, East Coast, Memorial and Dalhousie, they have built more capacity, so UBC is ramping up, and we are coordinating, we are part of this Hanitech Clean Arctic Shipping, so they are focusing on Eastern Arctic, and we need to do something, so this is where this conference is very timely, where Western Arctic, can we work together, BC, Yukon, and looking into Western Arctic challenges more specific way. All right, and in the context of, there will be session after energy, so UBC, we have Clean Energy Center. We are working very closely with our BC ferries and Seaspan to produce these marine fuels, which are cleaner, so there's a lot of research is going on at part of our Clean Energy Center. If you're interested, and happy to connect, my colleague Pat Kirchner is involved in that. So I can stop here. These are some of the highlights of case studies where we have ship noise was impact of noise on marine mammals. So this was I have done extensively last 4 or 5 years, and we have produced a number of tools and technologies and transferred to industry as well. Next one is how we build these ships and how they interact with the ice environment and how to make them much safer and cleaner. So those technologies we have built. And as I mentioned earlier, so we have this lab where we can deal with we can understand different fuels and look their performance in terms of GHG, and we are working very closely with the industry, BC Ferries and Seaspan. And there was discussion on the drones, so we got new colleagues from Adrian, so he is building that with our indigenous community, deployment of those drones, monitoring coastal environment. So this is also a very exciting project, and we want to connect in the context of Arctic. Right now we are looking at our BC coast, but Arctic will be very perfect application for this effort. And we also have this advanced manufacturing lab. So a lot of shipbuilding is still very traditional, but we are building that capacity for repair and new manufacturing in terms of additive manufacturing, subtractive. In Arctic, it's a very harsh environment. Maintaining your propeller or ship hull form, those are difficult, and this is where a lot of advanced manufacturing efforts are going on at UBC. It's not just about research, training is a big part, so this is where education, so at UBC we have naval architecture and marine engineering program, so we provide these 1-year program, so this is Master of Engineering, also leadership, where they can go to business and build those kind of knowledge for our shipbuilding business. All right, so this is my final slide to close. So UBC is fortunate to be uniquely positioned to connect your Pacific and Arctic, and we are happy to support whole ecosystem, what is the focus of this conference. So in the context of Arctic security, security means here is not just defense readiness, but it's all about research and workforce training and building whole ecosystem. What I want to say is it's just some kind of partnership from the government. Our industry is involved. Now we are bringing a lot of indigenous communities part of this system, and also support from our this whole ecosystem development. All right, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaiman. It's wonderful to hear about the opportunities that exist for research collaborations, and certainly UBC is one such institution that does great work focusing both on Canadian Arctic but also Pacific, but we have representatives of other educational institutions in the room and applied research from Polytechnics in Calgary as well as others. So I hope that during the next break, there will be opportunities to have conversations about that. We have one more presentation from someone who's joining us actually all the way from Latvia. It's Ms. Pauline Springer. I hope I did justice to that German name. Her research focuses on hard security issues, military security issues, particularly looking at the Nordic and eastern part of the Arctic. So very warm welcome to you, Pauline, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Vina. Hope you can all hear me well. Actually joining from Ottawa today, so the time difference isn't too big. Thinking about how to prepare for the conference today was quite a challenge, as I don't know what you've already talked about. But looking at the next panel in the Indo-Pacific, I thought I'd introduce a little bit of a field that I'm very comfortable with China in the Arctic. What China's role in the Arctic is, and then I'll also venture a little bit briefly into other Indo-Pacific relationships with especially the Canadian Arctic. China might not be one of the most obvious players in the Arctic. Yes, I did send in some slides. I actually won't be needing them. That was when I prepared a few days, weeks ago. Thank you. So we look at China in the Arctic. We have two types of interest China has displayed in that area. those kind of soft security threats China poses there, as well as like hard security threats. What do I mean when I talk about that? China does a lot of scientific research in the Arctic, mostly gaining access to the area through Russian cooperation. It is very much interested in trade routes, of course, which become more and more accessible as the ice is melting and with climate change progressing. They are a very interesting alternative for China to other trade routes, to the current Belt and Road Initiative, with some areas being rather tricky at times. And the Arctic could shorten the shipping time both to Europe but also to North America in the long run. So China wants to sort of already secure the access to those trade routes, even though they might not be accessible right now, or at least not year round, depending on which one we're looking at. But to really get the first dips on getting those. But then we also see a lot of scientific research from China in the Arctic, which is a really interesting topic. Of course, we all like scientific research to learn more on what's going on in that area. But with China being such a threat to Canada in many parts, we also need to be careful what kind of scientific research China does here. Of course, China doesn't communicate too publicly on what exactly they're researching, but much of that research can actually have a dual use purpose in the long run, understanding Canadian and NATO military activities better than we might like it. We've also seen China actually having those more of a hard security matters in the Arctic. There have been joint military exercises between Russia and China in the Arctic already, which shows that China is definitely also getting ready to build military capabilities in the area, which should be pretty alarming for us. Again, China is not an Arctic state, as we all know. So them building military capabilities in the area is really worrisome. Especially as we don't understand the entire scope of their capabilities. If we look at other Indo-Pacific partners, so Canada did publish the Indo-Pacific strategy. Looked back at it this morning to pick a few key points from there. We have a lot of cooperation with other Indo-Pacific partners, especially South Korea and Japan here, which is a very much two-way cooperation. These Indo-Pacific countries have become important partners for Canada if we look at procurement. We look at Canada rearming and needing access to a lot of resources. Of course, neither China, who would be a big producer for defense capabilities, are a feasible partner here. So if we look at other Indo-Pacific partners, South Korea, they are very important partners for procurement for Canada and other NATO states. But it is a two-way street here. Canada is also a very big partner for South Korea, Japan, for rare earths and raw materials. So these trade relationships are really important. Then especially the Indo-Pacific strategy from Canada also mentions the climate protection topic. That is a really complex topic if we look at the Arctic. Not enough time for me to get into this right now. But of course, Canada is interested in climate protection. But if we circle back to the trade routes here, melting ice has huge impacts on trade routes, on China in the Arctic. Therefore, it's pretty meaningful that there is the cooperation with the Indo-Pacific on advancing climate protection, on advancing research on how to stop some of the climate change, how to mitigate some of the risks. I believe the panelists following my little keynote speech here will dive into the topics a lot deeper, and I'm looking forward to hearing the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pauline. It's always fun when the moderator gets surprised by somebody's presentation, but that's the beauty of being live and things change. So Pauline actually did a nice job of bridging us into the conversation for the next panel, which is looking at Asia-Pacific perspectives on the Arctic. And as she mentioned, obviously her presentation focused on China, and we'll do a little bit more of looking at China during the discussion. But let me take a step back and note that in addition to China, 4 other countries in the Asia-Pacific have accreditation as observers to the Arctic Council, and they received that in 2013, which was a big step actually, together with Italy. But in the case of Asia, it's of course China, South Korea, as well as India, Singapore, and Japan. And all of those countries obviously are very different in their relationships with each other, with Canada, in terms of our understanding of the importance of those countries. When it comes to South Korea and Japan, of course, as part of our Indo-Pacific strategy, but also with Japan in forums like the G7, and also Japan being part of Indo-Pacific partners of NATO, we have a lot more points of contact, a lot more points of agreement, and ability to work together, to strategize together on everything that's happening in the Arctic, both in terms of opportunities, but also in terms of challenges. With a country like China, obviously, the conversation is a little bit more cautious, if you will. There's a lot more concern, a lot more apprehension about what China's ambitions might be in the region. I think it's fair to say that as a superpower, or as an aspiring superpower, China believes that it should have global influence, and that Arctic is not outside of that global influence and global reach. So, and of course, its terminology of being near Arctic, which is a really interesting way of framing it, is not one that's necessarily appreciated or accepted by other members, particularly the 8 that actually are Arctic Council members, given that China's 900 miles away from the Arctic. But nonetheless, I think it's a reality that we have to deal with and see, both in terms of what that means from areas where cooperation, I think, is a necessity. Climate change is certainly one of those areas, to areas where there is a lot of hesitation, particularly when it comes to any security ambitions that China may have. Now, China has been very careful in not outlining those outright, but people worry about dual use. We already heard from Pauline, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from Andrew on that as well. So that's the case of China. But we wanted this discussion to not just be limited to China, because again, there are other actors in Asia that have growing interest and influence and engagement. So we wanted to frame the conversation also around particularly South Korea and Japan, but also if there are folks in the audience who are interested in hearing about Singapore and India as well, we can certainly bring that into the discussion. So to get the discussion going, we have 2 fantastic panelists who are with us, one virtually and one here in person. So actually, let me introduce first Dr. Tina Park and invite Tina to please come and join me here on I guess the stage. It's not really a stage, but in the front of the room. So Dr. Park is a well-respected voice on Canada-South Korea relations in particular. She's had many hats in the past, including as a co-founder of Responsibility to Protect group here in Canada, but now she's the CEO of Park Group and does quite a bit of commentary and analysis on Canada-South Korea's security relations in particular. She also is part of Canada-Korea Forum and a leading active voice in that as well. In addition to Tina, we have Dr. Andrew Chador, who's joining us online. He serves as a fellow and country lead for Canada at Polar Research and Policy Initiative. And his research interests include Arctic governance, geopolitics and security, as well as Canadian foreign policy. So given that the discussion already began with China, with Pauline's presentation earlier, why don't we continue on that topic just to kind of get a much fuller picture of everything that we know about China's stated ambitions as well as activity in the Arctic. So we'll begin with your presentation, Andrew, and then we'll hear from Tina, and then we'll have a moderated discussion. And I really hope that all the questions that we have in the room, including from earlier discussions, can come up in this conversation. So Andrew, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. I really wish I was there in person. First of all, I was watching some of the morning panels, and it's a fabulous event. But also, I did not know there would be cookies, so I feel like I'm really missing out. So I thought today I'd offer up some, what I'm going to call observations about the view of Asia in the Arctic that can frame our discussions, if we'd like. and the observations are about China and the Arctic. So I have 4 observations that come from some ongoing research that I've been doing and some kind of scattered evidence that I have collected. Okay, next slide, please. My first observation, and I doubt that this is controversial, is that there's outsized academic attention to China's interest in the Arctic. So that's why I focus my remarks on China today. During the 2010s, in my reading, there were 3 main common threads in academic literature about China and the Arctic. First, a lot of literature focused on the significance of the interest of China. This was the era when China won accredited observer status in the Arctic Council, which is the most important international institution of Arctic governance. It was building icebreakers. It launched an Arctic strategy in 2018. So a lot of literature focused on what this all meant. For example, researcher Timo Koivarova said that it was framing new governance possibilities. Second, a lot of work examined why China had an Arctic interest at all, usually defined by folks such as myself as some combination of climate change, as well as the economic potential of things like Arctic oil, gas, and shipping. Third, a lot of work was about whether China's interest in the Arctic was a sign of conflict or cooperation in the region. Scholars called the interest in the Arctic a modern gold rush. There was a lot of gold rush talk about the Arctic in general during the 2010s. So I did a database search for the terms China Arctic since 2016, and that yielded 163,000 results. Then I did a comparison for Trump Arctic since 2016, and that yielded 20,000 results. So I think that speaks to the academic interest of China in the Arctic. And to me, this is really interesting, this difference in results. My next point might be more controversial. If you ask me what I think is the bigger threat to the liberal international order in the Arctic today, President Trump or China, I would say the Trump administration. Trump has threatened the sovereignty of Greenland, reignited Manifest Destiny. He's undermined action on climate change, the biggest threats to the Arctic. He's withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. He's cut funding for climate change research. He seeks to open the Alaskan National Wildlife Refuge to oil drilling. In 2019, the Trump administration nearly torpedoed the entire Arctic Council over a declaration just acknowledging that climate change is a problem that needs to be solved. Yet we see a lot of academic interest, more academic interest in China in the Arctic. We see less literature about Japan in the Arctic, Korea in the Arctic, Singapore in the Arctic, and so on. Okay, next slide, please. My second observation is that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has led to increased concern about China's interest in the Arctic. We see a lot of conflating of China and Russia. And it's true that China continues to buy from Russia after the invasion of Ukraine. Relations between Russia and the West obviously have gotten a lot worse since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. In the Arctic, the 7 Arctic states other than Russia suspended their participation in the Arctic Council. Then they restarted the cooperation without Russia. We've seen probably the worst era of Arctic cooperation between the West and Russia since the early 1980s. A lot of Western rhetoric about the Russian threat. We've seen China sort of thrown in as a related threat, and this is true in the Arctic as well. So, for example, Canada's 2017 official defense policy is called Strong, Secure, and Engaged, and it focuses extensively on the Arctic. It mentions Russia 5 times. Canada's new 2024 official defense policy is called Our North, Strong and Free, and it also focuses extensively on the Arctic. And it mentions Russia 24 times. So we see an amplifying of the Russian threat since the invasion of Ukraine, which makes sense. The 2017 policy mentioned China 3 times. The 2024 Canadian policy mentions China 20 times. So we see an amplifying of the supposed Chinese threats after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. China oftentimes kind of thrown in there after Russia's invasion. Okay, next slide, please. So here's an example I like. In comments at the 2022 Arctic Circle Assembly in Reykjavik, Iceland, NATO Chair of the Military Committee, Admiral Rob Bauer, said that China, along with Russia, represent, quote, two authoritarian regimes that do not share our values or respect the rules-based international order, working together in an already fragile region, referring to the Arctic. He also said China has, quote, a clear disdain for properly addressing the climate change challenge. So here we have a NATO official upping the rhetoric against Russia in the Arctic, but then also upping the rhetoric against China at the same time. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. My third observation is that China's interest in the Arctic is cited as a rationale for the United States' threats toward Greenland, which I find problematic. In December 2024, the Washington Post quoted a Trump transition team official that, and this is a quote from that article, quote, an overarching mission of countering Russia and China is the common thread tying together Trump's comments about Canada, Mexico, Greenland, and Panama. In April 2025, the New York Times reported that Trump administration officials had argued, and this is also a quote from the article, Denmark has been a poor custodian of the island, and only the United States can protect it from encroachment by Russia and China. This rhetoric that possession of Greenland is necessary to counter a threat to America posed by China is fundamentally colonial. It posits that Greenland is something to be bought and sold. The rhetoric from the White House, and even a lot of reporting around this issue, focuses on mining and rare earth minerals, almost never mentioning the Inuits and Greenlanders, all stemming from the supposed Chinese threat. Okay, next slide, please. My final observation is that China is largely cooperative in Arctic governance. I'm not talking about the region overall, I'm talking about governance activity. This observation comes from research that I conducted about the activity of observers in the Arctic Council that came out last year in the journal Polar Record. Under rules adopted in 2013, accredited observers in the Arctic Council, of which China is one, have to deliver an accounting to the Arctic Council's Secretariat every 4 years that summarizes their activities in the Council in the broader Arctic region. I reviewed China's first 3 reports from 2016, 2018, and 2020, and I found that China mainly does 3 things in the Arctic Council. First, it contributes data and expertise to Arctic Council projects. For example, in 2020, the government of China noted that it helped draft the Arctic Migratory Bird Initiative Work Plan. Second, it sends scientists from Chinese universities to contribute to projects. The report names a lot of researchers who took part in working groups and reports on issues, reports on things like persistent organic pollutants. Third, it makes more informal contributions to Arctic governance, such as hosting conferences and allowing Arctic scientists to share their work. It's hosted events such as the China-Nordic Arctic Cooperation Symposiums. A lot of their reports from these 3 years are about things like that. It doesn't note actively leading projects in the Arctic Council. It notes supporting projects and initiatives that are led by the Arctic states. Now, I don't want to be an apologist for China's Arctic policy. I'm not saying China does nothing but good work in the Arctic and is a benevolent force for cooperation. It's led by an authoritarian regime. But in the Arctic Council, we've seen a lot of positive cooperation between the West and China. Okay, next slide, please. Now, there was a case this summer where a Chinese research vessel operating in international waters relatively near Canada, actually closer to Alaska, caused concern. Canada sent a Coast Guard vessel to keep an eye on the Chinese vessel. It probably also sent a surveillance plane. Scholars such as Michael Byers have cautioned against jumping to conclusions. We don't know exactly what the Chinese vessel was doing. We don't know if the vessel had military purposes. We don't know exactly what Canada thought the vessel was doing. The Coast Guard says that it was monitoring for illegal fishing. So I think people might cite this as an example of China's threat in the Arctic, but we should not jump to conclusions. There's been concern that Russia and China might collaborate militarily in the Arctic. Joint patrols between the 2 countries have occurred since as early as 2019 or before that. However, a report this summer from the Center for European Policy Alternatives concluded that this cooperation was not substantial. So again, we should avoid jumping to conclusions about things like this. Okay, next slide, please. I have 5 conclusions that I'll share that can frame our discussions. First, based on its Arctic Council work, part of China's Arctic interest is environmental and scientific. The Arctic Council's mandate emphasizes environmental protection and sustainable development, so it's a venue for China to further environmental and scientific interest. Second, China faces significant challenges due to climate change that threaten its economic growth, perhaps even the survival of the regime, which partly explains this interest. For example, 43 million people in China live in areas that are under threat of coastal flooding due to climate change in the Arctic. This explains part of this environmental and scientific interest. Third, it's also true that China has an economic interest. Economic opportunities are present in the Arctic, which furthers this Arctic interest. It contains multiple shipping routes that can help China get its goods to market more cheaply. China wants to take part in these opportunities in the future if they develop. Fourth, playing a part in international science initiative with partners from big Western universities increases China's international prestige and soft power. Being able to highlight the quality of Chinese universities and research enhances its reputation. The Arctic Council is a place to do that. Lastly, having a presence in the Arctic contributes to China's great power status. I think China wants to be more than a regional power. It wants to be a superpower. The United States can operate in every region of the world. If China wants to be a superpower too, it has to be able to do the same. China is a threat in the Arctic if you think that a unipolar world order centered on American power is the safest and most peaceful international order. I think the Trump administration in the United States has called that possibility or that conclusion into question. Okay, so thank you very much. That's the end of my prepared remarks. I look forward to your questions. Part of the advantage of not being there in person is that if you don't like my remarks, I can't really tell. So that's fantastic. So I hope you did like my remarks, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. In an earlier panel, we had Professor Rob, who mentioned that there's a lot of debate and healthy disagreement in the academic community on a number of issues pertaining to the Arctic. I think when it comes to the role of China, there's equally robust debate and dialogue, both in the academic community, but I think also in policy community, about what are exactly China's ambitions, but also the sort of China's real goals in the Arctic. And the presentation that we heard from Andrew just now represents one set of beliefs, and one that I think is shared very much in the academic community, especially in the sciences, who believe that an entry place for China into the Arctic is very much about science diplomacy. It's about climate change. It's about concerns about the fact that Shanghai, for instance, often experiences flooding connected to the melting ice and so forth. So I think that is definitely part of the story, but many would argue that that's not the full story. And my hope was to have for our panel somebody from Department of National Defense or from Canadian Armed Forces to be able to tell the other part of the story that's emerging more clearly in the last, particularly 10 years, but certainly in the last 5 years, as was noted by Andrew. The focus on China has gone up significantly since the update to our defense policy, and then defense policy update. There was a lot more focus on China, as well as focus on China and Russia together. And I think that story is important to understand, because it wouldn't be enough just to believe what we get in the press releases and what we get in the white paper of China. The 2018 white paper that Andrew referenced does in fact say that China's ambitions in the region are very much about science and about economic opportunities. And that is, again, part of the story. And I would argue, and I'm taking away my moderator hat since we don't have that panelist, and kind of putting in my China analyst hat, that again is not the full story. The full story is to do with the fact that China, just like any other great power, obviously also has strategic and security interests in the Arctic. And it would be naive to believe that the scientific exploration done by China in the region is exclusive to science only, and there will not be dual use for those things. In part, again, because we don't have to just sort of look at the Arctic, we have to look at China's behavior elsewhere, in South China Sea being one example, Taiwan Strait being another example, its behavior towards Canada and other allies. So the argument that people like me and people who look at this more from a security perspective would make is that if China does certain things in South China Sea that undermines UNCLOS, why do we believe that once it becomes more influential in the Arctic that it would not do the same thing? Now, again, there are people who would sort of counter and say, well, in the Arctic Council, China as an observer has behaved really well. Well, that is true, and in part because the Arctic Council doesn't actually deal with security issues, so it is natural that that's not something that China would take to the Arctic Council. But it doesn't mean that if China is to partner with Russia on energy infrastructure, for instance, in Yamal, that port can't also be then dual-use port and not become used by China's submarine in 10, 15 years, right? So again, these things are linked. Economic ambitions that China has in terms of its polar Silk Road obviously is economic, but it's also strategic. In the same way that obviously all shipping lanes have a strategic value, and they have a strategic value for the US, but also for Canada and so forth. So I think while it's important to consider the fact that the picture on China is not yet fully clear, because again, we don't have a lot of information and there is some conflicting information coming out of China, but we have to watch behavior and be able to project potential future behavior and certainly have a clear sense of what might be possible as we develop our policies and strategies. And I think in the same academic literature, you often hear that Russia and China are not allies, which is true. They're not allies in the traditional sense, in the way that we are treaty allies with NATO. And it is also true that for hundreds of years, China and Russia have had many disagreements and issues. But it's equally true that their interests now are aligned when it comes to undermining the liberal rules-based order, one that has been led by the US until recently, and one that certainly has benefited Canada and others. So yes, it's true that Russia and China are not allies, but they are putting aside their differences, which are significant, to be able to kind of come together around a common objective. And I think we have to be clear-eyed about that. And then the final argument, which is coming up now, is kind of this, in my view, false binary about who is a bigger threat, China or President Trump. And I think that's not necessarily helpful for a conversation because, yes, of course, what President Trump is doing is disruptive and it is undermining 60 years, 70 years of US leadership, and it's deeply problematic for Canada given our proximity and integration. But that doesn't negate everything that is true also about China and China's behavior and China's both economic disruption as well as security disruption. So in some ways, we have to be able to hold multiple things in our imagination and be able to speak about the reality of multiple things being true at the same time. So yes, it's true that President Trump is doing a lot of things that we disagree with. It's also true that China is also an actor that is disrupting the rules-based order and represents threats that we have to be able to deal with. So I guess forgive me for kind of stepping outside of my moderator role just for a second to be able to add a little bit more to the table, but also to invite discussion, because I think all of these perspectives are valuable and need to be aired out. And certainly what Andrew presented is a valid perspective of many academics in Europe, in Canada, and many who are in the science community and who believe in kind of the scientific cooperation and the need to live in a world in which we can all come together and focus on the bigger problems. Because ideally, if we didn't have geopolitics, if we didn't have great power competition, it would be wonderful if we could all focus on climate change issues, adaptation, if we can all focus on human security, and so forth. And that has been something that I certainly devoted most of my early career working at the United Nations to that cause, having grown up in Afghanistan and having seen what Cold War does to places where the Cold War is not cold, but actually hot. And of course, we want to avoid that. But the reality is just because we want to avoid another great power competition doesn't mean that it's not happening and that we don't need to deal with it. So thank you for listening to that. I spoke my I hope you will do the same, and we will obviously invite Andrew to respond to that as well, and for all of you to jump into the conversation. But before we do that, I would love to invite Tina to give us a perspective on Korea, South Korea and Canada. Tina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vina. Thank you, Vina, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to join you here in Whitehorse for this important conversation on Arctic security. I'd like to begin by thanking our hosts, the Konrad Adenauer Stipend Canada, the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security, the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, and the Macdonald Laurier Institute for convening us. And a special thank you to Vina. Vina and I actually met in Hawaii last summer at the RIMPAC exercise, so it is always interesting to see Vina in person and to share our ideas on all things Indo-Pacific. Before I begin, I'd just like us to take a moment to situate the Korean Peninsula and its importance. We will go over the evolution of the Korean, actually it's very difficult to see it, so I'm just gonna pull up my screen. We will begin by looking at the evolution of South Korea's involvement in the Arctic and some of its main priorities and interests in the Arctic, as well as where things are today and opportunities for collaboration between South Korea, Japan, and Canada, as well as Canada and the Republic of Korea. There you go. Okay, so to just give you a context, I think context is always important when we're having these geopolitical discussions. In South Korea, if you look at the map, occupies a very unique and central location in the Asia Pacific. It has had a history of very powerful neighbors, such as China, Russia, and at times, Japan and others who were frequently invading the Korean Peninsula. And it has had also a very complicated but substantive relationship with the United States. South Korea is often seen as the gateway to Asia. If you recall, this is also the first country in the Indo-Pacific where Canada reached the free trade agreement. And Korea is heavily energy dependent on imports. So 97% of energy in South Korea is imported. So there is a bit of vulnerability there when you look at how South Korea perceives its resources. And it ranks as the 13th largest economy in the world and the world's 6th largest exporter. For the purposes of our discussion, what's really important here is South Korea's global dominance in shipbuilding, and I will get back to you on that as we continue with the presentation. So to give you a 1-minute sort of overview on the evolution of South Korea's involvement in the Arctic, it all began with scientific cooperation. It was appointed as an observer on the Arctic Council in 2013 and maintains that position. But it all really began with joint ventures with Japan in 1996 and with China in 1999. And Korea has been active with its Arctic Science Council and even the Araon icebreaker, which was launched in 2009. So the scientific interest then evolved into commercial and economic interests, namely on energy. As I mentioned, they're very interested in diversifying their energy sources in terms of oil and gas, as well as green hydrogen. There's great interest in fishing, shipbuilding, as well as technology. As you all know, South Korea is very advanced with technology and AI, and they're very interested in using that technology for the future of Arctic security. They're also very keen to be involved on international cooperation amidst geopolitical tensions, uncertainties with the Trump administration, as well as the rapid pace of climate change. But most importantly, South Korea's interest today lies with the Northern Sea route and access to the Arctic. President Lee Jae-myung of South Korea actually campaigned during his presidential election phase on the new sort of a plan for making South Korea into a new maritime power. And recently they've announced that South Korea would invest about $420 million for developing the Northern Sea route. And this includes things like manpower training, developing ice class and research vessels. And the effort is actually very actively pursued with the chaebols or the big conglomerates in South Korea. South Korea aims to have an ice-class ship in service by January 2030. So if you think about it, in 5 years, they plan to have an actual operational route, which is very ambitious. And this is a very telling quote from the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries in Korea, who said, "I will become the icebreaker minister." So if you look at the map, going through this new route, the Northern Sea route, will make things a lot more efficient. So much so that according to the research conducted by the Korean government, it would net about $10 billion of savings in terms of shipping and the resources that South Korea would gain by developing this route. Of course, a lot of work remains to be done, but this is sort of the current preoccupation of the South Korean government. Okay, so to give you a context of, or an overview of what the main priorities and interests are for South Korea, as we discussed, that the main interest would be economic and commercial, Arctic shipping routes and increased maritime access, as well as diversifying their energy sources, fishing, and really exercising that sort of competitive edge they have on shipbuilding. They're also very keen to develop scientific and technological sort of innovation and collaboration in the climate change space. And they're very active as well with polar research. There is a new ambassador in South Korea as we speak, ambassador for polar affairs, which is a very new development. And on diplomatic and political domains, they're very interested in strengthening partnerships with Arctic states, supporting rule of law, of course, and really promoting sustainable development of the Arctic. With regards to South Korea, Japan, and Canada, as you know, it's a very complicated relationship between Korea and Japan. They've had a period of animosities, and some of the issues remain unresolved. But on the Arctic issues, they do share a commitment to maintaining stability in the Arctic and ensuring security or geopolitical stability in the Arctic region. And I do think that there is room for some collaboration when it comes to shipping and port infrastructure, or resource exploration, or maritime security and domain awareness, and joint research activities. On Canada and ROK defense cooperations, as many of you are aware, there is a rich and very positive relationship between the two countries that began long before actually the Canadian participation in the Korean War. Canada and Korea actually started having people-to-people relationship in the 1880s when a handful of missionaries were sent to Korea. They arrived in the port of Busan and began a very fruitful engagement at people-to-people level long before the official diplomatic relationship was established. And on defense and procurement cooperation, I think there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to sharing data on Arctic-capable platforms and improving interoperability, as well as aligning ourselves on Indo-Pacific strategy and promoting rules-based order. On North Pacific Arctic Corridor, we have a lot of work to do in terms of improving domain awareness and law of the sea enforcement. And if we were to involve, Canada, ROK, Japan, sort of a trilateral partnership, I do think that there is a lot to be done on building human capacity and training and exchanges to really share the knowledge base on Arctic operations. So I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Tina. That was excellent, and I think a really great overview. And for those who are wondering about our slides, we will be able to circulate some of those for folks who are trying to take notes, because I know there was a lot in both these slides, but also from previous speakers, so we can get that to you. Also, I would like to note that, and of course, we heard from the Consul General earlier, but we do have the Consul General of South Korea with us, so there are probably some comments and questions that hopefully you will add as well, Consul Consul General, and then maybe others will want to chime in. We've already sort of covered just really 2 of the Asian states that have Arctic interests. There's also obviously India, Singapore, and Japan that we can bring into the conversation. And I am conscious of time. I was going to offer Andrew an opportunity to speak, but maybe we can come to you, Andrew, once we get a few questions from the floor as well. So I hope Andrew's still with us. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, terrific. So why don't we see if there are questions in the room? So I do see one. Yes, please.
Hi, just more of a question, I guess, for you, Vina, following up on your very astute comments that I appreciated. On the sidebar. I'm curious, with the ongoing conflict, obviously, between Russia and Ukraine, what leverage do you believe that the persistence of that conflict gives Chairman Xi in his pretty overt push into the Arctic region via Russian sovereignty, which previously the Kremlin, Sergei Lavrov, Putin, following the Primakov Doctrine, have been vehement in denying Chinese access?
That's a fantastic question. Why don't we collect a few more? Yeah, I figured I'll keep Tina company here so I don't have to go back and forth. We'll just speak from here. So we'll collect a few more. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Leslie Brown. I'm the president of Yukon University. My question is for the first speaker. I believe it was Rajiv. Rajiv, I really appreciate your approach that you were taking, talking about some innovative technologies for Arctic security solutions, and particularly that you're taking interdisciplinary or cross-disciplinary approach. Considering that Canada is in a real lag position when it comes to innovation on the international stage, I wonder if you could comment about some potential things that we could be doing as educators to help accelerate or help drive a solution.
Great.
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And we'll pass on. Is there? And we'll bring it to Consul General Kim in the front.
Thank you. As Vina mentioned in your presentation, the China heavily invested in the Yama project of the Russia, right, in Arctic Ocean. And from Canada, LNG Canada project started, and the 5 more projects aim at the Asian market, including China, Korea, and Japan. And U.S., Korea, and Japan promised to purchase a lot of the U.S. LNG. And then in that occasion, what do you think about how the Chinese investment in the Russian LNG affect global energy market? Because most of the suppliers are focusing on the Asian countries. Then if China import a lot of the Russian LNG, then how that affect the global LNG market? Thank you.
Terrific. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Andrew, do you want to come in on any of those questions before I'll jump in, and I'll invite Tina also to do the same?
On those questions, no, you can go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, so, and they're in some ways linked, and of course I'll invite Rajiv to answer the question on education as well. So, I mean, I think when we look at Russia-China dynamics, the last 5 years have been really interesting. In the last 3 years, especially since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, have shifted power dynamics between Putin and Xi. It is true that until recently, Russia was very reluctant to invite China into the Arctic because it didn't want another superpower to be there. It was already, from its perspective, crowded there with the US and Russia sort of battling it out. And so as much as China could, it was holding China away from both sort of a military engagement in the Arctic, as well as obviously conversations about China as part of the Arctic governance structure. I think, as you rightly pointed out, Putin's position and leverage is shifting. I think we are seeing that, including in the sort of the investments that China has been making. Yamal is one such investment in the north, but there are others as well, including even the Power of Siberia pipeline that just got a green lit at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting in Tianjin just earlier this month. That was something that Russia really wanted, China was resisting, but I think there is a bit of a quid pro quo happening. China is getting something in terms of its ability to have a lot more access and say in the Arctic, and Russia is getting what it desperately needs, which is economic lifeline and contracts that will ensure a place for its energy resources now that Europe is weaning itself off of Russian energy, gas, oil, everything, right? So I think it is significant, and I think we will see a lot more of sort of this really difficult accommodation, because obviously President Xi also knows how to work with Putin to give him face, quote unquote, right? To not embarrass him, to give him all the ceremonial respect of a great power and a leader and so forth. But those of us who are watching Russia-China dynamics are seeing that the balance of power is shifting. And both, I mean, economically it was always true, but now also strategically and militarily as well. So, and again, on the face of it, we're not going to see any kind of embarrassing moment for Putin. President Xi will continue to give him all the respect of a most respected counterpart, but the dynamics are shifting and we are seeing that. And I think that also connects then to the energy. So if she gets something, then what does Putin get? Putin does get an economic lifeline. And that will change. I mean, we don't know yet for sure, because Power of Siberia, so it's not just about LNG, it's also about actual oil and gas coming in. So Power of Siberia, if it were to be fully operationalized, and that's a huge if, but if it were to happen, presumably China is going to get those resources at well below market price, right? So that would be the only reason China would go for it. And if China were to get a significant percentage of its resources from Russia, which before China wanted to not do more than 30% from any one country, because different from us, I mean, we sell 67% of our canola seed to China and we don't think that's a problem. China understands over-reliance, so it doesn't want to depend on any one market for more than 30%, including Russia, which is very much its friend, right? But I think if it were to open up Power of Siberia too, it will be more than 30%, and that means that at least it would have to get a huge economic discount. So if you remove kind of China's energy needs from the equation, then the question becomes, what does that mean for all of these natural LNG projects coming out online in Canada, and also potential conversation about Alaska, which I think President Trump hasn't given up on, right? So it will change the equation, and it is something that many folks are watching. So when that announcement was made at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, there was one story, NFT, Financial Times, that got precisely to that point, that was something that was being watched very closely by everyone who's paying attention to basically energy demands and prices moving forward and viability of new LNG projects, including in Canada. So I don't have an answer, but that's exactly the right question to be asking in terms of what happens with that project. And that, of course, will also mean the relationship between China and Russia becomes even more sort of interdependent, and Russia becomes even more of a junior partner to China, which then does have ramifications for Arctic security from a hard security perspective. Because again, if you try to discern China's priorities in the Arctic, so my own view would be that China has three priorities. Security is number one, both traditional and non-traditional. Resources is number two, and resources in the most broad sense of that word in terms of economic opportunities and resources. And then the third one is scientific diplomacy and strategic science. So there is, obviously science is a part of that, and I don't in any way diminish the fact that China, like everybody else, worries about climate effects, and they have 1.4 billion people and a lot of environmental impact, but that to me is number three. So I will stop there and maybe invite Tina, no, Andrew, anybody else to weigh in? No? Okay, one more round. I think we maybe have, oh, sorry, Rajiv, please.
All right, Leslie, thanks for your question. I thought a lot about this, about how all our Western universities, this is where I'm coming from, and at UBC, some of my colleagues are thinking we are not coordinating properly. So this, like on innovation, manufacturing, a lot of activities are going on the Metro Vancouver area, but it's not going across, let's say Yukon and other part of UNBC. So this is where a little bit support we need from federal government, where and also our provincial governments, they're talking to each other, and also communities are interacting. Right? So I work with Seaspan Shipyard and a lot of these companies. They need to diversify a little bit on Yukon and our northern territories, and yeah. So definitely I'll be sending you emails. So definitely that part of cluster, PRISM cluster we are formulating, just started at UBC, and we'll be approaching all our Western universities regarding that. All right.
Fantastic. I love to hear that, the first kind of active project coming out of this conference, which is great. I think I saw Alex's hand there. We'll just do rapid fire, maybe one or two more questions, and then we'll wrap up. Yeah.
So I'll just make one or two comments because I write quite a bit on the China-Russia relationship in the Arctic. And, you know, I think you have to look at the Arctic as a function of their overall relationship, right? There's obviously peculiarities to the Arctic piece. I mean, I tend to argue that, if China wants the global status in the Arctic, it's actually the dependency is there on Russia. This has been brought up, I think, indirectly, but, so Russia has chips to play, but there's zero question in the overall relationship. They're in a very dependent position. And I do think this change, as you said, Vina, in the last few years has been very great. I think China, this has been pointed out by some Danish researchers, is in a bit of a wait and see mode in the Arctic because, not only is Russia offering it the most opportunities, China's in bad shape in terms of its opportunities to cooperate with the Nordics and the North American countries as well. So it's not that China, I think, has abandoned those aspirations, stay in Greenland or whatever. It's that they've been thwarted, and the current situation makes it much less likely. Now, you don't need to ascribe to maximalist kind of statements as the Trump administration has done around the threat to Greenland. But I think if we look at Iceland, Greenland, Northern Canada, Alaska, for that matter, there's been a lot of Chinese interest in the past. I think China is completely aware of the political risk factors with Russia. So shipping is a slightly different beast than oil and gas. Investing a huge amount in beyond Russia, Arctic LNG 2 is probably something a lot of the China oil and gas majors are reluctant themselves to do. So they're heads up. I think the challenge that I found consistently in understanding this issue is that it's a close relationship between two authoritarian states. And they're never going to aspire to like what we have within NATO or NORAD or some of these dynamics, but they can have a lot of transactional density, I think, in what they do. And they don't need a lot of mutual trust. They just need to have a very clear understanding of each other's interests. And the final point, let's make here before we move on, Russia, of course, is a North Pacific power. Now, is its power the same in the Pacific as it is in the Atlantic? But of course, Russia has far more Pacific coast than it has Atlantic coast. It doesn't actually have any Atlantic coast. So I think that is worthwhile keeping in mind, particularly in places here in Western North America, where, we typically kind of default to talking about Russia as a European, the challenges in Ukraine, et cetera. But Russia may be small west or east of the Urals, but it nonetheless possesses that territory and is thus, an immediate factor. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alex. And yes, Russia is very active in the Indo-Pacific all the way down to South China Sea. I was just in the Philippines, and they're active there as well on particularly disinformation campaigns. I saw a hand back there.
Hi, good afternoon. Stephen Van Dyne, City of Yellowknife, and just want to thank the conference organizers for putting this on, and to tell those visiting from afar that Yellowknife is not Whitehorse, Whitehorse is not Yellowknife, so we're not here infiltrating to confuse. I would like to offer or ask the question, Russia, the United States, and of course China are operating in other places around the globe, around shipping, around Africa, around critical minerals. What are the activities in those parts of the globe in terms of their actions that are predictive models for what we might want to think about the space around here?
Great, thank you very much. And again, I'm conscious of time, so we'll take one more question there from Yellowknife as well. So the mayor of Yellowknife, I love this Yellowknife infiltration of our Whitehorse discussion.
We're taking over. No, a lot of this conversation obviously has been focusing on China, Russia, the United States. But we're here as part of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung we're in Canada. So thinking about the middle powers and how do we operate better together and faster together in order to create our own space and our own security position within that broader geopolitical context?
That is a fantastic question. So I think maybe we'll draw a line on the questions, because a lot of these discussions we can also continue in the next panel, which will be looking at energy issues, unless you wanted to weigh in on this one. I know you're on the next panel. One quick question. So let's actually take the question here too, and then.
Hello? Dr. Park, you had shown a map of Korea's intentions of traveling through the Arctic, but it seems like it looked like it was the Eastern Arctic, past Russia, and not the Canadian Arctic, which there will be sensitivities, especially with our presentation after that you'll see. We can never discount the fact in the future, both private and governmental institutions in education, that the Americans are watching. And we could never, there was obviously a lot of talk about the big bad boogeyman, the Americans, but at the same time, they're still our biggest trading partner here in Canada. We have to respect that. They've spent a lot of money in the Second World War in Canada in infrastructure that we're still using today, especially in Newfoundland. And I think that Korea will play a very important role depending on where transportation routes in the future will be. Because Asia is not just China, right? Asia is many good countries like Korea.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll start with that, Tina, and then I'll come to you, Andrew, to respond to anything you'd like, and then we'll wrap up.
Sure. Thank you for that comment. And I agree with you. A lot remains to be seen. It's an ambitious sort of vision that South Korea has put forward, but we should not forget that Russia and South Korea did collaborate before on Arctic issues. If you look at, their engagement in 2020, for instance, there were active talks, and just 2 weeks ago, Russian ambassador to Korea said, they're still willing to collaborate with South Korea. So I think there was an excellent question about, Russia, China, and what other things they're doing around the world. I remember when I went to Havana, there was a whole section of supermarket that was entirely in Chinese, because the Chinese practically built the whole store, stocked their stuff. I don't think there are that many Chinese people living in Havana, but they had effectively taken over the supermarket. And it's not just Havana or down south. Actually, in Africa, there were cab drivers who spoke Mandarin to me, thinking I was Chinese, because they have the option to learn Mandarin in schools rather than, some other Western language, because that's now the new thing to do. And if you speak Mandarin, you could get a good job. So I think in all aspects, whether it's education or critical minerals, or even, some commerce, the influence of Russia and China are everywhere. And I think we must not forget that both Canada and South Korea are some of the strongest allies for the United States. And that, despite the current uncertainties involving the Trump administration, we will continue to be very close allies and partners of whatever the Americans decide to do. And our future sort of security largely is tied to what the United States will be facing. And I think that goes back to the issue of middle powers that was raised earlier. How can we act faster and better in light of all these changes? Climate change is happening. There are some uncertainties over the Trump administration and our trade relationship. Geopolitical turbulence, you have hot wars happening everywhere. The world is quite chaotic as we speak. I think the most fundamental issue facing the middle powers is knowing our limits and knowing where we're good at and and many other sort of issues of security that are not necessarily just about hardware, but some of the other issues that Canada has unique sort of history of engagement in, and our reputation as an honest broker, and our sort of forces. If you look at Canadian Armed Forces, many of our members of the defense team are bilingual. They have trained extensively in both languages. They are deployable. They are familiar with how the Europeans work, how the Americans work. That's a huge plus for a nation of our size and our defense budget. We should be very proud of what the Canadian Armed Forces brings to the international sort of engagements. We're underutilizing them, to be frank, because there are so limited opportunities for Canada to deploy these troops abroad. But I think what's really critical for a country like Canada and others in the Indo-Pacific, our partners like South Korea, Japan, and others, is to understand that we have shared interests in promoting rules-based order, and that we are part of many clubs that we are very proud of, whether it's, G20 or the UN or whatever else. We have a history of engagement in many of these countries. We should draw upon our expertise, invest in our human resources, and be willing to put money down on key things that require investment and our credibility to continue to nurture that relationship.
Great, thank you very much. Andrew?
Thank you very much. A lot of really interesting comments, and I'm saddened that I won't be able to participate in the after-conference discussions that will continue over dinner. So if somebody could please carry the laptop around with my Zoom on it so I can take part. Can we do that? Is that okay? Okay.
Absolutely.
So we're talking about, I think we're talking about China. We're talking about China being a threat, using the word threat. I think often what we're talking about is China seeking to upset the balance of power in the Arctic and then in the world more broadly. So one way to respond to that in the Arctic would be deterrence, trying to enhance deterrence of the West against China. Another way is constructive engagement. And I sometimes worry that in academic and other rhetoric over the last 4 or 5 years, that that's being lost a little bit, that the focus is turning toward deterrence and away from constructive engagement. And I think the Arctic governance and the Arctic Council is a way to do that. And we have the question about Canada as a middle power. And I think Canada as a middle power can lead on that front and can contribute to constructive engagement with China. I also worry that the rhetoric or the focus in academic research today and rhetoric about the Arctic is turning away from climate change and the rights of Indigenous people and more toward Russia and China as a major threat in the region. So I do worry that what I think is the most important issue in the region, which is climate change, as well as the rights of Indigenous peoples, is being lost a little bit. And I don't mean in our discussions today, I don't mean in our panel or the conference general, I mean in general in discussion about the region in academic circles. So I think that covers what I wanted to cover. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Andrew. And I think that is a really critical point, that we can't lose sight of the importance of dealing with climate change and also ensuring full participation and sovereignty of Indigenous peoples, and certainly in First Nations in Canada, but also in other Arctic countries. I think in terms of I'm very conscious of the fact that we're over time, and my German co-organizers will probably hate the fact that I'm not keeping us on time, but we will get there. And I think it shows the richness of this discussion, and it's great that after lunch we kind of got into some of the really meaty conversations. So I won't try to wrap anything up because we are seamlessly transitioning to the next portion. But I think the question in terms of what countries like Canada can do with our allies, both allies and partners, both in Europe as well as in the Indo-Pacific and more generally, I think is a really good one and should really be top of mind. And while the recipe is a long one, and Tina mentioned a few of them, one thing that I would add from myself personally would be that I think while we are going through such a crazy disruptive period, we have to maintain our self-confidence and our calm. I think it's really easy as democracies right now to feel defeated and really to look at the world and sort of feel like the reality is too bleak, but we need to maintain our self-confidence. We need to continue to believe that our system, that our openness, that our democracy, that our pluralism, that our fight for the things that matter are actually important, and that we need to have the conviction and the courage to stand up for those values, to have the difficult conversations, to bring together people who may disagree, who may not have a history of trust together. So I think this kind of idea of having self-confidence, having the sort of the desire to convene and to be in conversations, to have courageous conversations, which make us uncomfortable at times, and sort of not know where those conversations go. I mean, I think because we're living through so much disruption, we also have to be comfortable with emergent conversations, conversations that don't go as planned, conversations that are not scripted, but that happen in the moment. Those are wonderful, but they also kind of feel really sort of unnerving, where you sort of feel your heartbeat really racing, kind of as I did a little bit earlier on. But I feel like that is the magic of these kinds of conferences, and I'm so excited that we are here together in Whitehorse having this conversation, and we'll have another opportunity to continue over dinner or informal discussions. We will miss you at those, Andrew. I'm afraid it would not be possible to have you at the dinner with us, but we are absolutely thrilled that you did join us for this panel together with Tina, and thank you everyone. We will wrap up in this place, so thank you.
Oh, when you're sitting here in the first row, you're not aware if enough people behind you, but now looking back, they are still there. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now to do together with me one decision. In 45 minutes, I have to start with my closing remarks. But now our last panel will start. Thank you to Vina, to a wonderful panel, and I think many questions from this panel can maybe answered in the last panel for today. We all know that energy security is one of the most important topics for Canada, for North America, for Europe as well. I want to mention it. Maybe you have read one interesting book from Mark Alsberg. It's the most read book, a scientific book, in 2010, Blackout. If not, read it. It's a description of the breakdown of electricity deliverers in Europe. What will happen then? Think a moment about it. What will happen? Here in the Arctic, you know what will happen. But in our bigger cities, maybe not very often. And we are deeply convinced that Canada plays a significant role in global energy security through its abundant natural resources, technological capabilities, and geopolitical stability. Canada is a major producer of oil, natural gas, uranium, and increasingly critical minerals. Canada exports is mainly directed to the US, but Canadian exports can also, for example, LNG, help Europe to reduce dependencies. Therefore, this topic, energy security, I think it's more strategic importance than we think, and Arctic is in the midst of this topic. Therefore, it's good to have the last panel exactly to this topic. And I have now the pleasure to give the floor to our first keynote speakers. There are 3 keynote speakers. First, we start with Ms. Melanie Walker from CIC. She is the new director, or incoming director? No, she's the new director of CIC, and Mr. Aaron Gash Burnett. He is also working on this political sector, Democratic Strategy Initiative. That is the institute he is working on. And my colleague from Stockholm, Ms. Christine Leuchtmüller. She is the resident representative of Konrad Adenauer Foundation for the Nordic states, and we work very close together. And maybe next year, 2026, and my feeling is there are many questions left on the table, maybe we start together an initiative from Konrad Adenauer Foundation with Canadian government and others to make a follow-up especially with a view to the Nordic states, Canada, and energy security and all the topics around. I will give now the floor to Melanie. Melanie, are you here?
I am indeed. Yes, I am. Thank you. And hi, everyone. I hope I'm coming through clearly. It's so difficult to tell when you're good, when you're stuck on a screen. I have been listening to this fantastic conference today quietly, wishing that I were there in person. But we at the CIC have our own annual conference happening next week, the annual Kuchiching conference, where in fact we will be speaking as well about security and sovereignty and climate challenges in the North. And so I will be carrying many of these points and topics forward with me. But I'm also very aware that it has been a very intense day, and I am one of the last frontiers before you all wrap up to go on to have a reception and a less formal portion of today. So I will keep it brief. Thank you so much for including me. As Dr. Althusmann said, KAS Canada is a great partner of CIC. And for those of you who are not familiar with us, we are the Canadian International Council, which is one of Canada's longest standing platforms for dialogue and civic engagement on international affairs. We were established nearly a century ago and have more than 18 branches across the country through which we convene more than 250 events each year to bring together interested Canadians, academics, foreign policy experts, as well as citizens to have conversations like these. Many happening also in our CIC Yukon branch. I think we might have some representatives and some members in the room today who belong to that branch. But we really feel very strongly on this subject, as interest certainly has focused in on questions around security and the fact that security in the Arctic really cannot be achieved through military strength alone. And I think certainly my biggest learning from the conversations that the absolutely fantastic opening panel of today, featuring chiefs and grand chiefs who schooled us in the history of Indigenous peoples in the North and sovereignty and cooperation and current challenges and hopes for the future, is that security in a broader sense must be built on inclusive governance, sustainable development, scientific and traditional knowledge, and long-term diplomatic engagement. That adage as well, and I think Dr. Althusmann quoted it back, and it probably has been mentioned again throughout the day, but nothing about us without us is really powerful, and I think says it all. And that must be central to any conversation and decision-making around the North. I think certainly Canada's credibility internationally depends on honoring its domestic commitments to reconciliation, and on the eve of that day for reconciliation and honoring our past and heritage, Indigenous partnership in the North must be central to that. And there's one more message that I would like to impart before I hand the mic over, and that is that we cannot ignore in today's polarizing and fractured times that how we talk about these issues matters almost as much as the issues themselves. And around the world, extremism and polarization are eroding these spaces for dialogue. And that is what makes forums like this so essential, places where difficult conversations can be had with respect, where differences can be voiced without division, and where experts like those who joined us today can educate, inform, and advocate. And hopefully where new ideas can emerge from genuine exchange. So I will pass the floor on to my colleagues, but please let me say once again how honored I have been to witness these conversations. I know that this is just a start. I think the idea of pursuing something in 2026, a Nordic alliance, to be continuing these conversations, and certainly some of these learnings that I've had today, I will take forward next week at the Kuchichin conference here in Toronto. And I really hope that this sparks the next chapter in these conversations to really deepen an understanding for all Canadians, to identify those inclusive solutions to both enduring and also emerging challenges that we all face. So thank you very much for including me. I pass the mic over, I believe, to my colleague, Aaron. Yes, thank you. And I'm listening. Thank you, everyone.
Well, good afternoon to Whitehorse. Thank you all. And good morning, by the way, from Berlin. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but I've been very interested to hear everything today. I've been listening in the entire time, and it's actually been a great way to spend an evening. I've learned a lot, so thank you very much for this. I'm very pleased to talk to you today about how we get to an actual comprehensive Arctic strategy, one that doesn't simply recognize that the Arctic is a front in the systemic competition between democracies and authoritarian states, but number one, seeks to win that competition for democracies and crucially for all of our peoples. And two, adequately addresses economic security, of which energy is a vital part. Now, I do have some slides, I think, that I sent in for this, but if they're not there, I will run you through this as best as I can without them. In short, we're not there yet. And a big reason for that is that we cannot yet convincingly answer one key guiding question as Canada. And that question is, where does the Arctic and its peoples, and indeed energy security as a whole, fit into Canada's overall national security strategy? And for that, I'll take you to the next slide, if I could. Spoiler alert, it's a trick question because it's been over 15 years since Canada has had a major update or statement on national security as a whole. So we can't answer this question without actually having a proper national security strategy, which we don't actually have. Now, 2024 saw announcements of both the new Arctic policy, of course, which was discussed earlier today, as well as the 2024 defense update, also discussed earlier today. But these by themselves don't, in my view, position Canada to act strategically in the alliance of democracies. Blink and you'll miss it, but the 2024 defense update does in fact commit Canada to updating its national security strategy every 4 years. So that's a new thing that I very much welcome. What we need to pay attention to is whether it is a true document of grand strategy, and whether both Arctic and economic security are adequately reflected in it. So I'll take you to the next slide here. What is grand strategy? Now, I recommend the definition used by my compatriots Roderick Parks, Florence Schimmel, and Benjamin Tallis in a piece for the German Council on Foreign Relations. And they say that grand strategy is the way in which a state seeks to marshal its resources, all the sources of power at its disposal, including its alliances, in the service of achieving its mid to long-term objectives or vision. And when we say all sources of power, we mean military, but crucially for the purposes of this panel, we mean economic. We also mean cultural, political, scientific, absolutely everything. And a defense update by itself obviously can't do this, particularly for the Arctic, because the Arctic is a significant region in absolutely all of these spheres. Next, a proper grand strategy states that a vision or goal, it states a vision or goal that is beyond simple defense or preservation of the current state of affairs. So assert our sovereignty in the Arctic, or preserve the rules-based international order, which come up right at the top of Canada's new Arctic policy, and we've discussed those goals a lot today, but these aren't strategic goals in and of themselves. A better beginning, in my view, would be something like a Canadian Arctic that is the safest, most democratic, most prosperous, and crucially, most inclusive Arctic region in the world. And Vina actually spoke about strategic confidence in the last panel. And this is what I mean, having strategic vision, confidence, and statements like this that actually bring us to something rather than simply attempt to simply preserve what is, because what isn't working for everybody. As we have heard also in previous panels today, I would say as well. So next slide, please. Crucially, the last point, of course, you need a strategy that commits resources. Without that, it's just an aspirational statement. How do you end up getting there? So in my view, we cannot have a credible national security strategy with the Arctic as one of its clearly most vital parts without breaking a few long-held taboos. And I will borrow a German word here, Zeitenwende. Canada needs to have its own Zeitenwende, or sea change, not simply in the way that we think about the Arctic, but as a whole in our entire strategic thinking. And doing that is necessary for an Arctic strategy that is actually successful. So next slide, please. So firstly, I included a picture of the titanium flag that Russia planted in 2007 in my title slide. And the reason why I did that is Canada's adversaries have never shared the Canadian view that the Arctic was a peaceful kumbaya region that was somehow absent from geopolitical competition until 2022, when it all just changed overnight. As Putin's quote suggests, and as that particular image suggests, they've always seen it in grand strategic terms, and resources are a very, very, very key part of that. So we as Canada need to break that false narrative. We're already behind. We must also break the taboo of how we talk about energy in Canada. And as a Western Canadian, I of course can tell you that that discussion is at best described as politically dysfunctional. We are seeing more energy and mineral actions. Those include the joint statement of intent between Germany and Canada on critical minerals recently. But we are not seeing clear high-level political acknowledgements that energy and critical minerals are or need to be a key part of our national security strategy with our allies. And a very critical part of that is a continuous acknowledgement that partnerships with Indigenous peoples are not simply about inclusion or fairness. They are an explicit national security interest. So with that, I'll take it to the next slide and the final one here. Energy security is key to our own prosperity in Canada and for all of our peoples. And crucially, our allies need to get this right. Pauline referenced this from the perspective of our Indo-Pacific partners. And as former European Commission Vice President Margaret Vestager said, Canada has almost all the raw materials we need. Yet it's noteworthy how often national leaders, including former German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, have visited Canada looking for energy assurances and have left disappointed. So let's be clear. Perhaps the most important contribution we can make to the democratic world in a time of systemic competition are democratic Canadian resources. And the Arctic is a crucial part of this. 3% of all global reserves of lithium are in the Arctic, and almost all of that 3% is in Canada. Nunavut has one of the world's richest reserves of high-grade iron, a key component in green steelmaking. 11% of the world's titanium is roughly evenly split between Norway and Canada in the Arctic. 11% of the world's nickel is split roughly between Russia and Canada, is in the Arctic. 80% of the nickel the US uses in their military jet manufacturing is from Canada as a whole. Yet the Chinese have ownership of a key Arctic nickel mine because investment screening at the time didn't adequately account for national security. That is already a security failure. From a Canadian point of view, we need to get this right in the future. Yet, as the map also suggests, the Arctic is also part of a larger necessary energy discussion that all of Canada needs to have. The Arctic is neither insignificant in that discussion, far from it, but it is also not a way of avoiding that discussion as Canada. We do see suggestions, for example, that Arctic LNG ports could somehow get rid of the need for an east-west pipeline or energy corridor. Let's be clear, they would not. So in closing, whether we are discussing energy security, military readiness, or Arctic security, it is vital that Canada do two things. Firstly, have a national security strategy that states what the overall strategic goals of this country are, and for the Arctic, its peoples, and economic and energy security to be reflected in that strategy the way that they deserve to be. So thank you very much for that. I will now hand over to my next colleague.
Yes, and now Christine Leuchtenmüller.
Yes, dear Dr. Althusmann, ladies and gentlemen, hello from Stockholm. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to join you online today. I really enjoyed the interesting contributions so far. And as Mr. Althusmann mentioned already, as head of the regional program Nordic countries of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I would like to give you a short overview of how the Nordic countries look at the Arctic. 3 issues stand out: climate change, economic use, and security. After the Cold War, the Arctic was seen as a zone of cooperation. People spoke of high north, low tensions. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has changed that picture. Military exercises are increasing, projects in the Arctic Council are on hold, and the Arctic is once again a focus of strategic planning. Low tension has turned into high stakes. How do the Nordic countries respond? Norway has adopted its High North strategy, more deterrence in the north and closer work with the allies. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO, a historic step that closes the geographic gap between the North Alliance and the Baltic Sea. Denmark is investing much more in defense and puts strong emphasis on protecting Greenland and the Faroe Islands. A key topic is also the critical infrastructure. Sabotage on the Baltic Connector pipeline or of the undersea cable to Svalbard showed how vulnerable cables, pipelines, and satellite stations are. They are the Arctic's real lifelines. For NATO, the new situation means something important. It has always been an Arctic alliance, but with Sweden and Finland inside, there is now one connected defense area from the North Atlantic to the Baltic Sea. Many speak of a High North coalition, the close security coordination of the 7 NATO Arctic states. As a special case is Svalbard. The 1920 Svalbard Treaty limits military activity, and Norway must provide security without breaking the treaty. The nuclear dimension also matters. Russia's Northern Fleet on the Kola Peninsula carries a major part of its sea-based nuclear weapons, and Western submarines also operate in Arctic waters. Alongside security, economic use of the Arctic is very important. Norway benefits from energy resources. Much of its oil and gas production is north of the Arctic Circle in the Barents and Norwegian seas. The fish-rich Barents Sea is key for exports. Shipping is gaining weight as northern routes shorten travel to Asia. Sweden focuses on industry and raw materials. In Kiruna lies Europe's largest iron ore mine, and in 2023, one of Europe's biggest deposits of rare earth were found there. Northern Sweden is also becoming a hub for green steel and battery production, supported by hydropower and wind. Finland uses the Arctic areas for ports such as Oulu and Kemi, and mining of nickel, cobalt, and lithium for batteries. It also explores hydrogen and green ammonia projects. Denmark, mainly through Greenland, relies on fisheries and minerals, such as uranium, rare earth, and zinc, and may oil and gas. These opportunities are attractive but raise environmental and social debates. Research and climate monitoring are also growing fields. Climate change and technology open new opportunities, as we heard today so often. Melting sea ice lengthens the shipping seasons and make raw materials more accessible. Demand for critical minerals for the energy transition is rising. At the same time, the need to protect pipelines, ports, cable, and fragile ecosystems also grows. All 4 northern countries have their own Arctic strategies, but they share a common line: security, sustainable development, and international cooperation. Sweden highlights stability and research. Finland stresses ecology and high tech. Norway focuses on security and strength and strong northern communities. Denmark integrates the whole Danish realm into Arctic questions. In short, the Nordic countries work closely together on defense and security, rely on deterrence, and share the view that while the Arctic itself is unlikely to start a conflict, it could at any time be drawn into one that begins elsewhere. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine. And you will join now the panel as well. Thank you to the other keynote speakers, and I would like now to introduce our other panelists. And maybe they will take their chair here in front. Mr. Dan Villeneuve, the President and CEO of the Armin Corporation and Great Northern Port Incorporation, and Mr. Grant van Schaik, Strategy and Institutional Development from Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, and joining us online, Dr. Yu Sao from the she is from the Arctic Institute. She will now come on the screen. Maybe Dan and Mr. Chaik, can you introduce first yourself with a few words to the topic energy security in concern to the Arctic? Who will start? Dan, please.
So my...
It's on.
It's on? Okay. My journey and experience really came to full focus in energy and security when I was invited by the German government in Lower Saxony to go and travel to Wilhelmshaven after the Ukrainian war started, and get a tour of the naval base, the German naval base, and the port itself, which has grown substantially, and was brought on a tour, and my host had said that they were going to have an LNG platform to receive LNG from around the world in Wilhelmshaven, and I asked what year, and they said, oh no, and this was May month. They said, oh no, it'll be operational by December. That was the crisis that Germany was in. They had shut down their coal plants, their nuclear plants, which were in Wilhelmshaven, also the coal by Uniper. And I went back purposely to see it receive its first load of LNG from the United States in December, successfully. And now they have 2 LNG platforms. So that made me think and understand about the importance of energy, energy security, and of course, as an entrepreneur, how important it is for the world, the governments, and all the things that we're talking here about today, that SMEs need to have a voice in the strategies for the future of the Arctic. That small businesses really are the lifeblood of every economy in the world. And without SMEs being involved, it's very important. So as an entrepreneur, I'm giving a different aspect today. You will see a video that'll give you an understanding of where we're going. Thank you.
The video will start now? Yes, perfect.
As Arctic ice retreats, new shipping routes are opening, connecting Asia, Europe, and North America faster than ever before. Global trade is shifting north, creating faster links and new strategic opportunities. On Canada's east coast in Newfoundland's Crémaillère Bay, the Great Northern Port is being developed, a safe, natural harbor for the future of Arctic logistics. The natural basin with its great depth provides ample space for even the largest vessels to execute turning maneuvers.
Thank you very much for this interesting introduction. And I think with the new C5, we will have it finished in 1 year. No, okay, it will take some some years.
We're
Fingers crossed.
Not Korean.
Not, okay, we will see. Dan, you want to say one or two sentences at least to this project where you have introduced it?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you put the photo of the floater?
Which is the floater?
That's the energy transition.
That's it.
So with our strategic partners in Norway, this is what we're going to be implementing, which is a floating refinery for the production of hydrogen, ammonia, marine fuels in locations that we're currently working on in Norway, Greenland, Iceland, in northern Canada, and the Bahamas. The technology, as most people would know with the Norwegians, they have about 200 years of collective engineering and physicists working on staff, and a very important future for Arctic development and production of clean fuels especially, and LNG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernd. Introduce yourself, please, and maybe you can give us your personal opinion to such projects of the future.
I would be happy to. Thank you very much. I did send a couple of slides in as well. I don't know if we've got
We will do
those
it.
loaded
We'll
up.
come. In the meantime, I have to say a big thank you to Mike, our supporter for today's technology. He is really reliable colleague since yesterday night. We work together here to manage everything. And to be honest, to make such a conference like this with no crash of internet or something like that, please try again. Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, there are your slides.
That's not quite it, but I'll get going in any case. So as a bit of an introduction, SAIT is a post-secondary education institute based in Calgary, Alberta. We are a polytechnic institution, which means that we focus on applied education and applied research. So applied education being career-oriented education, generally in the 1 to 2 year certificate and diploma space, along with apprenticeships and also bachelor's degrees. Just as a little bit of context with respect to our participation here then, so we come at the discussion from the perspective of research and innovation and workforce development, which I think connects to a lot of the topics that we've discussed here today in terms of economic development and infrastructure.
That's the right one.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So it's in that perspective that we're interested in the conversation today. We think these topics are intertwined as well with energy development and with security, and I'll talk a little bit further here about some of our capabilities in this area. So just as a bit of a snapshot, we're located in Calgary, Alberta, so we are right in the heart of Alberta's oil and gas production fields. So we are anchored very closely to the energy sector. We have a lot of capabilities, which I'll just touch on in a few moments, with respect to our both our programming and our applied research. We do have more than 20,000 full-time students enrolled at SAIT, and we have about 9,000 apprentices pass through our doors every year. So that translates to about 2,000 full-time apprentices because they attend only on a part-time basis, but we have a significant number of apprentices pass through as well. Our programming is spread across a wide range of fields, 8 different industry sectors. In addition to energy, we work in the construction sector, business, healthcare, transportation, a number of other fields. If we can look at the next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about our applied research and innovation services. So our ARIS division is our component that's focused on applied research. We have a 121,000 square foot facility with, I think now, 90 research experts engaged in 4 different research centers. I want to talk a little bit about our research and how it differs from university research. We are very much focused on existing knowledge and existing technology and applying that to real world problems. So we're not focused on discovery research like a university would be. We're focused on collaborating with industry or communities to solve real world existing problems that they may encounter. So the 4 areas that we have expertise in, we work in advanced manufacturing and materials, so composites and robotics and AI in manufacturing. We have a significant unmanned aerial systems research center that has a wide range of drones and capabilities around heavy lift, beyond visual line of sight, a wide range of sensors that we can apply to drones for different applications. We do have, as I mentioned, an energy and clean technology research center. We just received a $37 million gift from Imperial Oil of a 40,000 square foot energy research facility in Calgary. So we've got a very close collaboration with industry, both big and small. So all the way from the majors in Canada to small and medium-sized enterprises. And finally, a green building technology center where we're focused on energy systems for building different energy efficient building products and materials and things of that nature. Overall, we're the 4th ranked research college in Canada with $17.5 million of research income. I think one of the most significant things I'll point out here is that we are a NATO Diana designated test center. So Diana is NATO's Defense Innovation Accelerator program, and we are one of 13 designated test centers in Canada. So companies from across NATO can apply to Diana for support in funding and support in testing. And we're now one of the facilities through our Advanced Manufacturing and Materials Center that participate in that program and can provide some of that testing. On the last slide, I just will highlight a little bit around the education and skills development side of our organization. So we do have over 100 different programs, as I mentioned, ranging from apprenticeship to bachelor degree level. I'll just highlight some of our programming in energy. We have petroleum engineering programs, environmental technology. Within the technology space, we've got a couple of programs around cybersecurity and cybersecurity for control systems. We do have a new cyber range for running simulations for our students in cybersecurity. And then within apprenticeship, these are a handful of examples of the apprenticeship programs that we have. I'll just highlight to wrap up, back to your question about Dan's project, all of this work, and whether it's infrastructure or economic development or community building, requires people and skills, and we need to make sure that we've got the right people and the right skills in order to do that. And that's an area where we would like to partner with the communities in the north and get a better understanding of your needs and your projects. And I'll pause there for now.
Thank you very much, Grant. Now we are starting with our last presentation slides. And maybe if you are interested in, you can send an email to info.canada@ kas.de, info.canada@kas.de to this presentation, which are allowed to give to other people, which are public. Only to mention it, and now that was the time to give now Dr. Yu Zhao from the Arctic Institute the floor, and I think there's the last presentation. Are you online with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting.
You can start, we can hear you.
Yeah, I do have a presentation slide, and then so I'll just keep it very brief. And I'm here speaking for Dr. Apostolos too. He couldn't be here today. So, and thanks again for having me. So we talked about Arctic security, but as a researcher that's been working intensively with Indigenous peoples in the Arctic, we realized that energy security is about more than infrastructure and technology. So it's about communities and how we as researchers interact with the communities and also like their rights. So next slide, please. So today, I will just take a brief look at the Arctic indigenous rights and then its relationship, like why is it important to energy security? So there are more than 500,000 indigenous people live in the Arctic who belong to more than 40 different ethnic groups. And they spread like all in the Nordic countries, but there's not a single common term for all Arctic countries. So under international law, there is not a single definition of what is indigenous people, but each domestic legal framework provides its own account or standards. And you can see some examples in the slide here, like in Canada and Alaska, we refer to indigenous people as Alaska Native or the First Nations, right? So every country kind of takes its own way. So next slide, please. So the second map to the right shows that both existing and potential sites of mineral and energy resources in the Arctic. So basically, we claim that most of the critical resources in the Arctic are within indigenous territories. So, and the Arctic becomes a space both rich in natural resources, we say oil, gas, and renewable energy potential, and home of indigenous communities with unique cultural and political rights. So next slide, please. So next, we provide a very brief introduction of the existing international legal framework for indigenous rights. So here are some examples here, for instance, the LOO-169 Convention, and then the UNDRIP, and also Arctic Council. So these are just examples of the existing legal framework. So next slide, please. So while there is a strong legal basis that protects indigenous peoples from energy projects that are to the detriment of traditional activities, each Arctic state implements indigenous rights in a different manner. As a result, there is ongoing tensions, like you see in this graph and in the examples to the left, that there are ongoing tensions, protests, and indigenous activism against energy development in the Arctic. And the next slide, please. So that's why we talked about, like, why we're talking about indigenous rights, why it is even important to bring it up when we talk about energy security, because due to the diversity of implementing indigenous rights across the Arctic, and the different ways in addressing their interests, challenges, and conflicts remain. So strengthening indigenous rights is a must in pursuing green transition and ensure indigenous participation. Given the diversity of indigenous rights between different states in the Arctic, it is very important for us to look domestically and into specific case studies. So I work for a project that led by the University of Saskatchewan. It's called the KAS Initiative. It's Community Appropriate Sustainable Energy Security Project. So we do in-depth interviews and case studies in communities across the North. And so I've been the lead in Alaska, and I have colleagues in Canada, and we do comparative case studies regarding energy planning in these communities. So that's overall my my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sau. May I ask a question, maybe a question for you, but also for all the other participants? How can we reduce the NATO's or the alliance, EU's dependence on Russian energy supplies in the near future? Everyone talks about it, and to all panelists, maybe we start with Ms. Leuchtenmüller, looking to the Nordic states. How is Canada working with other NATO Arctic nations, Norway, Iceland, Denmark, on coordinated northern energy strategies? Can you give us a hint how far you see this development working together in a coordinated northern energy strategy? I asked this question because we both together were in Brussels a few months ago and asked for a new strategy of Brussels, Europe, and Europe ambassador told us, yes, they are still working on that, to refresh Europe's new North Arctic strategy. Christine Leuchtenmüller, can you give us maybe a hint from the view of the Nordic states?
Yes, so Althusmann, I try to make some comments on this. Sorry, but I'm not able to put on the camera, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so yes, the Nordic. Last week actually I attended a conference in Oslo on security and issues, and so the takeaway, or the most interesting takeaway for me was all experts said we have no reason to trust Russia. So for this, I think the Nordic countries, they built something like a Nordic Arctic alliance, let's say, and they're still working on a strategy that includes Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark and Iceland, and they also contribute, or they're working together on how they could use raw materials in Sweden or in Norway, and I think Norway could be an example how we can use our resources, and it's not only the fishing that's always mentioned when it comes to Norway, but I think it's the oil and the gas production, and Sweden focuses on the raw materials, and as I said, in Kiruna lies Europe's largest iron ore mine. And so I think as I know, the Nordic countries are focusing on that, and they're working on these topics.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. How are new technologies enabling more sustainable resource extraction in harsh Arctic conditions?
Yeah, there's a number of different things that we're working on in the energy space. Things like fugitive gas monitoring using drones. We're working on corrosion around once-through steam generators to improve their efficiency and lessen their greenhouse gases. There's a number of other things I could talk about around batteries, for example. But one example that I would like to raise that I think is a really good case study or example of how our organization works and could work more in the Arctic is around the Kugelak cultural campus in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut. And so our green building technology group collaborated in partnership there with the Inuit elders in Cambridge Bay to design a campus building there using traditional knowledge on the one hand, but also incorporating work in terms of leading edge energy efficiency design, energy audits. And now we're in a phase that facility's been completed of monitoring the performance of it over time. And so I think it's a really neat example of where we were able to partner with the local community and the local Inuit people to build this piece of infrastructure in a sustainable way that is intended to be a very sustainable building. So that's one kind of specific example that I think is relevant to a lot of what has been discussed over the course of the day.
Dan, how many projects in Canada are on the way now to work on this important topic, energy security, energy supply, like that project you have introduced today? We heard about harbor infrastructure in Churchill, LNG or natural gas. We heard about other projects. We heard about pipelines, east to west. Most pipelines goes in Canada, as far as I'm informed, more from the north to the south. Means that the majority of gas goes to the US in the moment, and from US harbors, for example, to Europe or other parts of the world. What is necessary to build up in the next 10 years as a vision from your side?
Well, I think what's really important from a private sector point of view is being able to have production of cost-effective molecules. Being able to have technology where it's getting to today, that we can produce molecules such as ammonia, but again, that has to be cracked. The ideal situation for things in the Arctic, like energy, would be closer to where it's going to be consumed is really the key to that. And having the sort of trilogy, because the effectiveness of the floater is using renewable energy. And with renewable energy, we have to have specific battery to be able to equalize the impacts on a grid. And most grids in Canada and in other parts of the world are not sufficient enough to be able to do that. So from a private sector, when someone's paying 46 cents a kilowatt, euro cents in Germany today, predictions are by 2040, it's going to be triple that. The same thing will happen to us. So we have an opportunity from a private sector to be able to have security. If private sectors to invest in the Arctic regions, we have to be assured also that governments, military, will protect the interest of that infrastructure being built in the Arctic, and at all costs protect the ecology too.
Thank you very much. Now I wish to give the floor to the audience. Can we get maybe some questions if you're interested in? Looking, yes, please.
Perhaps I'm too reliable for questions.
It's good to have you.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Especially at the end of a conference.
Well, I'm just curious, Dan, to further unpack the project that you presented to us from a private sector standpoint, from someone who is advocating for SMEs and projects like you're working on. What is your mindset currently? How do you feel about the, I guess you could say, new administration in Ottawa? Do you believe that there are substantive actions that are being taken by the Carney administration to approve large and significant projects of national importance like this? Or, alternatively, do you believe that they may be signaling verbally but lacking that substantive action?
To be quite honest with you, just last week, the people from the PMO's office, we had a very detailed conversation about the project. Canada's really trying to find its way through all this, and they're looking for success. I believe they're trying to find a way, a solution, and not to pacify the United States, but how they can bring them back under the umbrella, because they didn't do a really good job of that up to now. And I think that's going to work out very, very well. I really do. But our Nordic countries, our Asian countries, Canada is kind of like waiting right now to make that final decision between two people like South Korea and the Germans on the submarine program. My interest is there should be investment in Canada to be able to service. So if you're going to sell it to us, you got to service it. Not only service it, but train Canadians to be able to do that and have an adequate supply chain. We heard this morning, waiting a week for a part for the military or 2 weeks. We got to get beyond all that. And the best interest of Canada will be for all our strategic international partners, including the United States, Norway, and so on, to participate in that. Yeah, great question.
Next question from the audience, maybe. Please, the chief. And the second question? Okay.
Thank you. Just curious to know, given the work in the northern climate, northern environment, you think about the circumpolar regions of the north and the impact and effect on all of the Arctic regions. How, with your business plan and your business model, have you considered the impact and effect on the Indigenous people? And how involved are they, or have you consulted with them with respect to your design and your innovation and your vision? So I think that is something I'm curious about, because it is, in the Pacific Northwest Passage, it affects a lot of countries. And the other note, just for while I have the mic, is Yukon University also does a lot of research. Just wanted to make that pitch because they are in the Yukon. And so if there's work or research or efforts being put forward, then, who better than to go to the local university to do that type of research specifically in our backyard, Masi.
Thank you. And maybe last question from the audience here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
To all the panelists.
Daniel Dorman from the MacDonald-Laurier Institute as well. Just really briefly, our Director of Energy and Natural Resources at MLI, Heather Exner-Perot, has written a lot about SMRs, small modular reactors. I thought that worth bringing into the conversation, wondering if that's really on the radar of the private sector, or if it's still very theoretical. Yeah, thanks.
Who will start? Dan?
Yeah, please. I think the question around the project was directed to yourself.
In regards, and Chief, that was a great question, very great question. As a grandfather to 5 young Mohawk people, I have 10 grandchildren. I'm very proud of what I've done historically. I built on the territory of Akwesasne, the largest private enterprise on native land in Canadian history. And we took something from concept to $100 million US, shipping to a small company in the United States called Walmart. And we had great success. We bought German equipment. We trained our young Mohawk women and children, or men, to be able to work with robotics and so on and so forth. My vision for our business and the Arctic transition with naval traffic and so on, northern Yukon is a perfect place to be able to do that. When ships are entering the Canadian Arctic, I'd like to see legislation within the Canadian government protect the Arctic with a regulation that you cannot use dirty fuels, bunker C, no matter what kind of ship it is, including military. Been in discussions with providers to the, especially the US. They're looking for solutions, and that technology is coming so that clean fuels could be used in military fleets. In regards to consulting First Nations, especially with projects of this magnitude, is absolutely imperative, right from the onset. And not just looking to involve in discussion, but also looking at the opportunities from a private sector with First Nations to be able to promote business relationships also. And the promotion of that, especially what we're talking about, it's not in $1 billion or $2 billion, but it's in the tens or hundreds of billions of dollars as time goes on. I can also mention from a First Nations perspective that the discussion that I mentioned earlier, that SMEs need to be part of that solution going forward in security, going forward about the development of the Arctic. It's small business, small, medium business that are going to be important, but the voices of Indigenous peoples from all the countries involved in the Arctic have to be part of that process. It's absolutely imperative. And on SMEs, because I do have a background of the CANDU reactors and U-234 and U-232 that came in from the United States, and plutonium was exported from Canada to the United States, still to this day through the CANDU reactors. I think SMRs, especially the type of isotopes that come from SMRs, has a great future and impact on people, much smaller, and places where it's very difficult to be able to generate energy, including the north, but it's not there yet. I'd say at least 5 to 10 years from now, we're going to get close, but it's something that we should keep our eye on, and I think it's very positive.
Thank you very much, Dan. Dr. Yu Sao, maybe to that questions online? Maybe she has not heard this question. Mr. Bernd?
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. First of all, with respect to research and research partnership, our applied research model depends on partnership from whether it's industry or communities or Indigenous, Inuit, Métis people. We don't do research without partnership. So I appreciate that comment, and I think part of our message with this is, we've got a critical mass of capabilities that we think can help with some of the issues and challenges here in the North, and we're looking for collaboration around that. So, that's one piece I wanted to add, and just to add to the SMR question, and I don't have a lot of expertise in this area other than just to share the comment that in Alberta, the government and the Premier has in fact opened up a consultation process in Alberta to test the readiness of the population with respect to looking at nuclear power generation options. And so it may be 5 to 10 years down the line, but some of the conversation has to start now. And in fact, in Alberta, it is. So.
Thank you very much. And my last question goes to Christine Leuchtenmüller, to my colleague in Stockholm. Maybe she can give me a hint or us a hint if it is, from her point of view, a good idea to start next year a follow-up, on the one hand, maybe in Stockholm or in the Nordic states, or here in Whitehorse, as Vina today in the morning mentioned, to have an annual meeting maybe someday. We will see. Whitehorse could be a new brand. We will see. Whitehorse, Yellowknife. Oh, sorry. Yellowknife as well. Mayor, sorry. Yellowknife. Okay. Both. Yellowknife, Whitehorse Conference. No. Combination.
I think that would be a great idea, Mr. Althusmann, and hopefully I'm looking forward that we can do something in the next year, maybe start in March or something like that. So I think we can discuss that. But so I'm looking forward that we can do something together, and I think it's very interesting to look at Canada and to look at the Nordic states, and where we can find maybe more points where we can work together. And so I'm very excited and looking forward for some project in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have to come to an end. In the morning, I started to point out that from the point in Western Europe, somewhere, the Arctic may seem distant, but Arctic security is a fundamentally global security. I'm more than convinced now, after the one-day discussion today, that this thesis was absolutely right. The point of conflict could be in the near future, in the next 10 years, maybe, the Arctic. And I like strategies, yes. It's good to have a strategy, but it's better not to discuss only strategies. It's better than to act about the things we discuss now for years and to bring it to action. Thank you very much to all the participants, because today we in uncertain times try to think about Arctic security, and together with many experts. From time to time, my hope is not to get a wake-up call again and again and again in 2024, 2040 or 2035. Remembering to this conference, we have discussed everything, and the results maybe are not so as we discussed it today in our hope. I hope that we can get more action to this very important topic, Arctic security. It's an issue of security of Canada, Germany, Europe, and the Nordic states together. Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks to all of you, especially to our chiefs at this morning. It was my first ever, although I have served for Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Namibia and Angola and Sub-Saharan Africa, but it was my first ever event where so many high representative chiefs of the Indigenous people, First Nations from the region participated in such a conference. Thank you for your participation during the whole day, during the whole conference, to all the representatives of our First Nations. I have to thank also our Mr. Andrew Smith. Where is he? From the Arctic Institute here. Thank you for your participation during the whole day and giving us many hints to prepare such a conference together with you. Many thanks to Vina, Asia Pacific Foundation. Many thanks to MLI. Both foundations and both institutes are working very close with us together, hopefully also in the future. And I have to say a special thank you to my project coordinator. No one knows her here, so really, maybe you have heard her or had some email contact with her. Atski Yazogolo, our project coordinator, especially also for this conference. You made a wonderful job. Thank you for organizing everything here for our conference. Thank you to the hotel and to the staff of this hotel. Thank you for participating. And now I have not to invite you. It's not my responsibility to invite you to the reception. It's the responsibility of Andrew Smith. Therefore, I take over. You can give us a hint where to go now. Maybe we will see us again next year. Maybe we will have a similar, whatever, conference about these important issues. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung promotes multilateral cooperation, exchange between Canada and Germany and Europe, and we are aligned allies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I do invite you all to come to the reception later on. Like I say, we're going to have dinner. The dinner's to be out at 5:30, so don't feel rushed to get over there if you want to refresh and get yourself together or get out of your tie or however you feel. Where we're going is 1 block this way and about 2.5 blocks that way. So Gold Rush Inn, it's on Main Street, so if you just head this way and then turn up, you'll see it. You may have to walk through the Gold Pan Saloon in order to get to the room that we're
in. We're in the conference room in there. I'll try and put one of these banners in a visible area and you know you're in the right place. It's the Gold Rush Inn, Best Western Gold Rush Inn. Yeah, I'm gonna get into the lobby. The only other note, it's the food and the atmosphere is courtesy of the Canadian Institute for Arctic Security. The drinks are on you, or the alcoholic drinks that is. So bring some cash there. Yeah. No, okay. No, I guess I'm finishing up. Yeah, I'm going to pack up my posters here, and that'll be that.
I've forgotten something. Yes. Thank you. I've forgotten to say thank you to the Member of Parliament. Thank you very much, Honourable. It's not usual that a Member of Parliament, and I mentioned that I've served in Parliament more than 20 years, it's not usual that you, from the beginning in the morning to the afternoon, part of this conference. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much to the two General Consuls from South Korea and from the US. Thank you very much for coming from Vancouver to this conference that I've forgotten, sorry. So we see us at the reception. Bye.